OP-X PRO-3 offers 12 tunable and panable voices. It offers a dual filter offering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 filter types, free mixing between the filters and seamless blending between the filter types. It offers a fully fledged modulation matrix offering 2 polyphonic and 3 monophonic slots for free mapping. It offers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 envelopes. It offers 1, 2, 3, 4 LFOs, with this LFO sitting on each voice, so times 12. The oscillators offer sawtooth, square, sine wave, triangle. They offer cross modulation, hard sync, ring modulation, and the cross modulation also can be used for Yamaha type FM using the sine waves. The Arpeggiator offers 32 modes, including input ordered arpeggios like Jupiter 8, normal pitch ordered ones. It includes a note doubling function, chord preset, a chord hold function, and finally a 8-step sequencer. The effects include delay, reverb, modulation effects, and handy quick presets. It offers 2 interface colors, each in 2 sizes. And finally, it offers a very powerful patch manager offering very quick navigation between banks. It includes more than 3,000 fantastic sounds, including all former OP-X PRO-2 banks, also including all reloads ever released in the past. There are hundreds of famous 80s sounds. It offers favorites tagging. It offers a very powerful search function. And finally, it also offers category tagging for all presets. Okay. The new Programmer's Edition has the exact same features and sound as the classic version, but features some changes in the interface to make programming easier if you're a programmer. If you're just using presets, there's no need to change your setup. The Programmer's Edition doesn't offer a CPU saving version and also only offers 2 colors without the original beige. The colors, however, are directly switchable in the interface switcher, so no reskinning package needed for this. The changes on the interface include less pointed lines, separation of the delay key trigger and inversion parameters in the LFO section. Then we have indicators for which LFO the modulation wheel and panning modulation uses and where LFO2 goes. In the filter section, the 2 filters are clearly labeled and the brightness button has been relocated and now also offers an LED indicator for the damped mode. In the Oscillators section, the sine wave and triangle buttons now also have an LED indicator, making it more obvious whether they are active or not. In the envelope section, the inversion parameter has been separated and the controls belonging to one envelope are on the same line. The pitch envelope section is bigger and has LED indicators for the destination oscillators. In the voice management section, the auto-tune buttons have been separated. The seamless tuning trim pots offer a value display, and the rarely used filter tuning trim pots have been removed to declutter this section. They of course still are available within the board's view, which also was improved a bit, offering bigger calibration buttons, some removed resistors, which make the trim pot popping out better, and a new button which can deactivate the LEDs, which can fix flickering issues with some low profile graphic cards if present. In the mod matrix, the release mode buttons offer an explaining display. The same for the LFO waveforms. Finally, many controls now offer explaining tooltips. Okay. To switch the interface size and color, click here. You can see this is the chosen type of interface, so the large blue one. Now click the interface you want to switch to. I take the black large one. I close the interface. I open it again, and here it is. The same for the small black. Open again. The same for the small blue. Open it again. And let's go back to the blue large one. Okay, here we are. In the Programmer's Edition, we have tooltips for many controls, which help to understand what the control does. To get it, simply hover with the mouse over the control and wait a second. Then the tooltip will pop up, telling you what the control does. It's not for each and every control, but for the ones that may need it. So hover, it will tell you what it does. Okay, wait a second. The same in the matrix. What does KT? Key trick, triggering, SN, sync, waveform, that's pretty obvious. Okay, a last example. And of course, two in the board's view. Effects. Okay. To access patches, you click this button here, the presets, and now you can see we have two sections. We have a left section with a scroll bar. Here you have what formerly used to be the banks. So This can be up to 128 slots, okay. And here on the right side you have the actual presets that you can choose. Still, it can be 128 in normal folders. More to this later. You can see the actual number here. The numbers in here, they had to be removed to save some space, but it's pretty easy to find out which one is which because it's displayed here, okay? Then of course when you click here, immediately the preset set, it switches. In the former, in the OP-X PRO-2, you had to every time you wanted to have a new bank available, you had to load a bank in. And here you just click on the bank or the selection and you have it immediately. So you can operate a lot faster than in the OP-X PRO-2. Let's quickly check this. So just that you know, this OP-X PRO-3, it doesn't replace OP-X PRO-2. They can be installed in parallel at the same time. Actually, at the moment I have OP-X PRO-2 running in parallel, so it's here. Okay. As you can see, we can choose this here separately. When we go to the folder, we have our stuff installed here. You can see it's installed in parallel, so they don't. PRO-3 doesn't overwrite OP-X PRO-2. It doesn't even touch it at all. It's all separate. The sounds are separate. The plugin is separate, so it won't touch your existing running session, so you can install it in parallel, even for testing. So you can install the demo version in parallel, so it won't touch your existing OP-X PRO-2. So as said, to check the differences, so here when I want to load a bank, let's say I want to load the famous bank, okay, then I click here. Let's do it, you know it. I click here and I have to load in the famous bank, okay, like this, double click, okay, then I have it. And the same, of course, for every new bank I want to load in. We have the separate folders for the additional banks that formerly were provided as reloads. We have all these in here. Of course, you too have to the D-train, you have to load it from here. And the extra banks we have here. Okay. And when we go back to OP-X PRO-3, by the way, I have selected the smallest rack version here. So the biggest would be similar to the one we have loaded for OP-X PRO-3. So here, as you can see, no need to load banks anymore. So the famous, when you want to go to the famous bank, it is here. When you want to load the other banks, you simply click here. The same, the downloaded here is, this here is the same as the downloaded folder. So you can see the Borsetti presets here, the D-train we wanted to load before. It's all here. Then we have the extra banks folder. So it's all directly available here within a mouse click. So it's very fast. But you also can do own selections. Of course, we have a new default bank, which has a new selection taken from all over the library. Then this one here, in fact, this is the old default bank, so the one from OP-X PRO-2. So you can have the exact same default sounds here. Then we have a separated famous collection, which is even bigger. So it has 128 chosen famous presets here. We have other selections. By the way, the famous, these aren't the only ones. When you go down all here, we have a section called famous A to C. So in here we have a total of 475 famous patches, all sorted, alphabetically sorted. So it's very easy and very fast to find a preset here directly. And as you will learn, we even provide more famous sounds you can download. We will check this just afterwards. But that's still not all. These just are the normal banks. Then we have a section here. By the way, these are just features collections, so you could take your own presets and do such featured collections, so which you can access fastly without the need of scrolling. So let's come to this section here. We have this a saved folder. So when you save a preset, they go in here directly. So you can directly go here and your saved preset is in here. It's very helpful. And by the way, this isn't always when you have a menu here on the right. You can see in difference to this one. Here we don't have such a menu, but in the special folders, these have to be named like this, that this function also is triggered. So you shouldn't change anything here. So when you have such a menu, you first on can select the presets by categories. So you can give a category to each preset, and furthermore, these aren't limited folders. So when you have more than 128, this can go on forever. So you can scroll then within these. We will show this later. Then we have favorites. These aren't physical presets. This in fact just are links to presets you have marked as favorites. So I could say, okay, I like this sound here. I want to make it a favorite, and you click here on favorite. Okay. You can see this gives a little dot in the front of the name, indicating that this one is a favorite now. And when I go to the favorites, when you did a new one, you have to wait, depending on your CPU, a second or two until the list is done. It has to search the whole library and update it. And so, as you can see, we have the Punch XA brass here in the favorites. So that's extremely handy to have this. Of course, you could remove it again. You have two ways of doing this. You could again click on this, also in the original bank, or you could hit delete, and it would ask if you really want to remove. Okay, yes, and now we go back to the default bank, and you can see it's not anymore marked. But I could do the same here, mark as favorite, No, I don't want it nevertheless, so I do click again here and it's gone. Okay, that's the favorite. Then we have reloads. You can fill in here new sounds that are provided for free downloads. We have some here already. We will fill in this one afterwards with new sounds. You can search by category in here. We will check this afterwards. Okay, this is the reloads folder, unlimited again with a menu. Then we have a very handy, in fact it's not a folder, it's a function, search. So when you click here, when the synth is loaded new, it may take a second or two to load the list. It will search all many thousands of presets, and now in the default state you have each and every preset available in the library listed here. So you could scroll here, alphabetically sorted. So you could scroll here forwards and backwards here, of course. So you have all of these listed. Of course, you rarely would go through all of these preset by preset alphabetically. But what's very handy, you could search the whole library by a search expression. For example, let's search for patches for Steve Winwood. So let's simply enter Winwood. Then hit enter, hit the enter key. Okay, now it found some presets from Steve Winwood. Of course, you will have a lot of duplicates here because one patch may be present in several banks coming from OP-X PRO-2. But that's no issue, since these aren't physical presets here. It's a search result, and when you want to know in which original bank you can find them, you click here. This is a multifunction button. In the search folder, this one makes the display not anymore show the preset name, but the original folder. So Steve Winwood, chance left, we will find this one. The origin of this one is in the F, famous all 4. We could check this. Yeah, it didn't lie. It's here. Okay. Let's go again here. When the search had been initiated once, it will go faster. So it's in the RAM now. So it's pretty much faster. So you could search here by a expression. And by the way, the search not only includes the patch name, it also includes the folder name. And so like this, you e.g. could, since this folder is called famous here, and in here we have famous 2, you e.g. could enter here famous, and you have all available famous sounds alphabetically sorted in here. So when you want to find a specific sound, you could search now this sub-selection. So we could give in Prince, for example, Prince. Okay, now we have the Prince patches from this selection. Okay, that's another way of finding presets. Then as said, we could go back here to reload the list. In the standard search result, there are all sounds not separated by categories. But if you simply, e.g., you just wanted to have displayed here, e.g., brass sounds, you only want to have brass sounds listed here, then you can select brass here. And now you have all brasses available in the whole library. So it's quite a few. Or you could say I want to have all clavinets or all effect patches. So you could search for an effect. Inside here you could again, e.g. let's take lead. I take all leads. These are a lot of leads, as you can see, sides of leads. And inside the leads, I simply wanted to have a sync lead, so a lead that uses the term sync in the name, which hopefully also is a sync. Then I give in here sync, enter, and now I have all the sync. So it makes searching for a specific sound a lot easier. And so yes, you can give a patch. You can give a patch a specific category. So you can tag a patch not only as favorite, but you also can give it a category. We don't see it here in the list, it's in the background. Important to know is that all presets, all pre-installed presets, which is about 3000, and you can download nearly 900 further ones now. All of these already are categorized, okay? So you only need to add a category, if you want to, for new saved sounds. So when they don't have a category, yeah, let's do a sound. Let's create a sound. I e.g. take the warm brass here. Okay, I edit this a little bit. I do. I call this, when I want to save, I give it a name here first. I call this octave brass. Okay. But now it's still temporary, and now to save, I gave it a name here. To save, I simply click here on save. Okay. And now, as you can see, the save file name automatically defaults to what we set here in the name field. So it's the easiest like this. I still could change it here, which also would change this one here, since this isn't anymore a separate parameter. It takes this from the file name. So let's save it. Octave brass. Okay, let's go to the saved folder. As you can see, we have the octave brass here. But this one still doesn't have a category, so to set a category, we must go here to set. And as you can see, all of these, they still didn't receive a category. So I click here. I give it a category. Of course, this is a brass. And then I click Save here. And as soon as a patch receives the category, it disappears here from the list. So this one here, we could say this is a lead, save. This is all brass, save. This is two-way brass. This is two-way brass. Okay. Brass. Okay, these are all brasses, so it's not the best example right now. So when I go back to search, e.g. I just wanted to have the lead. So when I go here to lead, it only would list the lead here, or only the brasses. Now I only have the brasses in there. I could go back to all. So that's very handy. Also, I can see which ones are marked as favorites here. So I also could have favorites here. Of course, when I don't need, these here really are physical. When I don't need a sound here anymore, then of course I could delete it. Delete. Okay. It asks if you really want to delete it. Yes, okay, now it has gone. And by the way, in most cases, the deleted sound, it doesn't completely disappear. You still can find it in here in the bin, okay, in the trash can. So you still could recover it in most cases. So let's try this. The one thing I can't do in Mac is to put it back by restoring, but you could copy it back manually if you wanted to do this. So if you by mistake deleted a patch, you could restore it manually. So maybe it gets time to check the actual file structure. So in most folders we have patches, and other than in OP-X PRO-2, these in fact are single presets. So let's quickly check this. I've opened this already. I think should be here. This is our logic folder. Okay, it's here. It's different in it's always in the public documents. You have the folders, SonicProjects, then OP-X PRO-3, then in here preset base, and in here you have a lot of folders, and these here are the corresponding folders, so the physical folders. So when we have a look into the default bank folder, you can see a lot of presets, and you can see besides the actual preset name, which is for the first matrix soft strings 2, we have a number. So when you have an ordered bank, we have ordering number, which always begins with this sign, then 3 digits number, space, and then the name. And then at the end you can see here ST with the cross. This is the stamp or the indicator for the type. It's string. It marks a string. You don't have to deal with this. The synth does this automatically, but here you can see how it is done in the background. You could adopt it manually if you know what you're doing. So our saved folder here, so e.g. we could put back this one here now. when we by mistakenly deleted this one. Let's check if it's here again. Okay, it's here again. So you can see how this works. Let's go back here. As you can see, the favorites, this doesn't actually have any physical patches in here. It's just a trigger for a function. So you shouldn't change anything here. Related name, the same for the search. It's the empty actually isn't used anymore here. The reloads there, it's physical. You can fill in physical patches here. Okay. Of course, you could create your own folders and fill up with own presets, so you're totally free to organize this as you want. But as said, don't change this, the saved folder. It takes this one. Don't change the favorite folder. Don't change the search folder. That's the most important. These are special functions. Okay, coming, as we saw already, everything, you have all the banks from OP-X PRO-2 we have in here too. So we have all the normal banks, these are here. So this section here, starting here, arpeggios. I try to open the OP-X PRO-2 in parallel. So when we do load banks, as you can see, this here, arpeggios, bass, bit 99 brass, etc. These are all of these brass, bit 99 brass, etc. Okay, then when we go on, we have the reloads. These are the folders in the downloaded Borsetti. The Borsetti, you can see here Borsetti comparison, D-Train, OJs 11, D-Train, these all are here. It's the D. In fact, this is for downloaded. Then when we go further down, we have the extra banks, which is this folder here. So you have all former banks here too, available too. So you don't need to import any of these. They are all here, and this without having to load a bank. So it's much faster and easier. But still, the compatibility of this machine here is as good that you could directly use when you have single presets. Okay, here we only have the default ones, but when you would have single OP-X PRO-2 presets, so the ones ending with OP-X preset, then you could use them here directly. So these don't have to be converted. You simply had to put them maybe to the saved folder. You later on could give them a category, but you could import these directly. So let's see, when you have, I said, all these banks already are there. You don't need to import any of these. They will sound exactly the same in OP-X PRO-3, but you can use all the new features, of course. But let's say you have an own bank. So let's say I have a bank here. I have created a own folder and I have a bank. OP-X Pro in OP-X Pro-2, which is called My Bank, and I want to use this in OP-X Pro-3. I don't want to export all the single presets. Then there is a function in OP-X Pro-3, a really great feature, with which you can import a OP-X Pro-2 bank. So when I click this one here, we have a tooltip import OP-X Pro-2 bank. I simply click here, and this one automatically points to the banks folder of OP-X Pro-2. So I go into my banks folder. Either I click here open, I also could double click it open. Now it asks, it automatically takes the bank file name as folder name here. So let's simply take this. It will save it to the presets base folder of OP-X Pro-3. Let's do it. Save. And now let's open presets and let's scroll down. So it's all alphabetically here. So our bank beginning with Pro 2 should be here. And now you can see our bank is here with all the presets. So it's directly usable. We can check it here. Where do we have our preset base? Okay, let's go back here. Preset base. Okay, our bank now. You can see is here. It is a folder. It has become a folder filled with single presets. So it automatically exports the single presets and it gives it a ordering prefix, as we discussed already. This makes the presets not being alphabetically sorted, but in the original order. The empty ones you could delete. These aren't needed. So as you can see, it's very easy to use your former sounds to import, even to import your former sounds into the library. So you don't need to do this all manually. Okay, so this is a normal folder, as we discussed already, the saved folder. Let's come back to this a little bit later again. Now we have here folder types. We have two folder type basically also for your own presets. We have the normal one. This one can have up to 128 presets, as all the normal banks coming from OP-X Pro-2. You could sort them by this prefix, so the cross and then the number, 3 digits. But you also, as a user, you can create folders. Let's check this, which are unlimited in size. So these can have more than 128 presets, and which offer a way to categorize and to separate by categories. And to have this, you must include this term here in the bank, in the folder name. So this this sign here, and then EE, and this here. So when you have this expression here in your bank name, it automatically will turn into a categorized folder. So in this one you can't have a order anymore. It's simply alphabetically, but in return You can make categories, you can separate by categories, and it can have more than 128 presets. Okay, so as you can see, it's a very flexible system. You can do with it whatever you want. It offers functions, several functions, and you can set it up as you want. As said, some stuff isn't changeable, so saved is saved, favorite is favorites. This can't be changed. Okay, so maybe let's go back to the saved folder. We have back our octave brass. Maybe let's do another, let's save another preset just as example. Let's again take, let's take a lead maybe. Okay, I changed this a little bit. I do the square. Okay, I wanted to save this. I like it. I give it a suitable name. Maybe pulse lead, or fat pulse lead. Fat pulse lead, you're free. Okay, I click save. Okay, let's see if it's here. Okay. I go back here. So the standard mode, let's discuss this button here. So the standard mode here of listing in the saved folder is the same as in normal category folders. It's alphabetically, so D, F, M, O. Okay. Now you can see our new brass. It is listed here in the right order in the alphabet. But there are situations when you want to have the newest saved preset either at the beginning or at the end of the list. This will get important as soon as you have many saved presets in here, maybe even more than this section here can display. So let's check this already. So I want to have all the newest, the ones I saved the last, I want to have these at the end. So I click here. This button has several functions. One of them is in the saved folder. When I click here, you can see now the newest is at the end of the list. This one we saved before. So you can find them like this. You can find them a lot quicker, especially when you have a lot of sounds here. So when I click this one once more, like this, you can see it changed the order. So the newest now is at the beginning. So if you prefer it to be here, you can leave it like this. So the good thing is this remains. So when we go back to a other bank, etc., we play sounds and we come back here to the saved folder, this state here will remain. Of course, when this one here is activated, it also in the search folder, it also will not show the patch name here, but the original bank. You could switch this off here, of course. Now it's again would be alphabetically here, but we could go back here. Okay, as you can see, this is very handy. It's quite unique, this feature. Also, you could save, you could search within your presets for search terms. The categorizing we checked already. Maybe let's fill in here a few more sounds to see what happens when we have a lot of sounds here. So let's go back here. I go into the saved folder. Okay, I prepared a few patches here, which we can fill in here. As you can see, these aren't categorized. I simply take all of these. Okay. Just as an example, I fill in, copy these, I fill them in here. Hope I don't have any duplicates. Okay. Let's come back here. Where's Logic? Again, I have to quickly go back. Now they are here. Okay, you can see now we have a lot. Let's go back to the standard mode here. When we have saved a lot of patches here, and here we are in the standard mode, so RFR not activated, it will be all listed alphabetically. So you could scroll here, but this is a bit difficult to find the patch we saved the last. So if you still know what the name was it something with fat? Okay, it's here. But sometimes you may have forgotten this. So it is very much easier when you activate this one. So like this, the list automatically. Now it's in the last place. So it's on a new side because this one is filled already. And I also could make it go to the beginning. Okay. So this is the last. We can, the second last, the last, we could save a one again. Maybe let's take a arpeggio patch. Edit this one a little bit. Okay, let's high-ish arpeggio. Just as an example. Let's save this one, save. Okay, let's go back to saved. Now as you can see, the newest is here. It's very handy. I could make it go to the end of the list by 2 clicks here. Okay, now it's here. So as you like, some may like it at the end of the list. For myself, I prefer it in the beginning. So it's very easy to find your sounds. Of course, you could categorize, as we checked already. Most sounds here now aren't categorized. So I could check it here. As you can see, we have no sounds that are categorized already, except for some brasses and the lead. Maybe we could do it for the new sounds. High-ish arpeggio. Let's make this as an arpeggio. So I click set, arpeggio, save. As you can see, still the order remains as you set it here, even when categorizing. Lead, you make it a lead, save. Okay, let's only do this for these two. Go back to search, and now when I click on lead, okay, we have the lead now here. And some others that are set as lead, brass, arpeggio, we should have a one, okay. So as you can see, this is very flexible. It's very fast. You can do whatever you want. You also could search within here. Let's check it if it when I give in pulse, it should find this one. It would be digged somewhere. By the way, this is case insensitive, so I can write it in the small letters here. Pulse. Okay, it's here. I have other ones that have pulse in here, but our pulse lead is here. I could select this one, sort this one by lead only. Only this selection, and now I only have the leads that have pulse inside. Okay. Oh no, this is not true. It lists all leads. Okay, but I could search the lead again for pulse. This way it is correct. Okay, and now I only have the pulse leads, etc. Okay. So saving is very flexible. It's very handy with the sorting, the time sorting. Okay. Now let's go back to the favorites. We had this already. As said, when we have new favorites, also when we have new sounds in the library, it takes a while to, let's go back here. It takes a while to list them, since it has to search more than 5,000 files, including all the categories. So as you can see, we have a few favorites here already. Maybe let's put another. I like this one. I say I want to make it a favorite. I simply click here. I like this one too. I make it a favorite. Okay, just as an example. Maybe this one here too. You can immediately see in which patches are marked as favorites already in the list, and now we go to the favorites. Since we had marked new ones, it again has to search, has to update the whole stuff, and so it takes a second or two depending on the CPU power, and now it should be here. Start engines is here. Of course, here you can't sort it anymore by date, but it's always sorted by name, of course, alphabetically. But you also can filter it again by category. So I only want to have listed here my favorite leads. So I click here. Now I only have the leads. Or the arpeggio. It should show up. This is the one we saved before. Okay, now as said, this button here, we had this already. So in the saved folder, this one here can sort it by date in two states. So either by the newest at the bottom or the newest at the top. So in this folder here, this button has another result function. When I click here, as you can see, we have the dots here, the original dots. Let's click here. When I click here, when I don't like these dots, the dots, they will disappear. And at the same time, as you can see here, we don't have anymore the patch name, but we have the original folder. So this one here, it's correct. This was in the default bank. This one here is in the 4 master tone. Yeah, let's check it if this is true. What was it called? Favorites. Oh, we had sorted it. Oh, now we again have all. It was only the arpeggios. Okay, sorry. It was the minimal pair 2, so let's check if this is true. 4 master tone. Okay, you can see it immediately. Here is the point, so it's this one. So, e.g. now we have all, of course. Let's go back on to the arpeggios. E.g. I want this one not to be here anymore, then I either can click favorites here again, or I can click delete. It doesn't depend. And as these files aren't physically here, it's just an index, it's just a link to the original bank. So I do the delete this time. Yes, so it's away here from the list. Let's check if the point has disappeared here. Yeah, it's harder to find now, but you can see the point. This is gone here, so that acted correctly. Favorites. It's against the arpeggios. This one is in the default bank. So it's this one. So I could remove it here. I simply had to click on favorite once more, but let's leave it a favorite, and I want to remove it from the favorites in the other way, only the arpeggios. I also can click it here, and I also can click here on favorite. It will ask the same, so it doesn't depend. Takes a moment, now it's disappeared. We have no arpeggios, no favorite arpeggios anymore. And as you can see, which one was it? I think this one. So the point, the dot disappeared here. So you can do it wherever you want. It's always linked. Okay, we were here in the second state, so the points are away here. Instead of the patch name, the original bank name is showed here. And when I click this another time, I say I nevertheless want to have the dots in front. I like this more. Then I click another time here. Oh, no, that's not true. So in the first state, it's the patch name. In the second state, it's the bank name, but no dots. And in the third state, I click it another time, it's again the patch name, but without the dots. So you can have it however or whatever you want. Okay. I think we discussed this. We had the saved we had already. The search we had already. So let's see how we fill in new sounds. So the synth comes pre-installed with about 3000 sounds, which include all former banks. They are already there, so you don't need to do anything to have these. They sound the same. We could check this. It sounds a little better in the detail. Maybe let's check this to prove it. I take a sound here in OP-X PRO-2 from the default bank, maybe the chroma brass analog. Let's see if this sounds exactly the same in OP-X PRO-2. So let's go to this is the default bank from Pro 2. Chroma brass analog. Is it? Did I take the right one? I have to check again. Oh, it's 28 chroma brass analog. It's 28. Yeah, okay, this one. As you can see, it sounds exactly the same. So, but in the details better. Maybe an example. Let's take an example from Pro 2. It is mainly in the when you have pitch slides or when you have sync sound going. Let's take the let's from the downloaded. Let's take the Jupiter. The Jupiter 8 complete with the Jupiter factory sounds. Yeah, this one. And here let's take this one is a little bit critical. Sync sweep. Okay, listen. It has a little bit a grain in there. It sounds good, but it has a grain. Let's take the same here in OP-X PRO-2. This you can find it. You could find it in here. Jupiter in the reloads. Jupiter 8 complete. Okay. It's the same here. The sync sweep. In comparison. Okay, can you hear the difference? Here it's all smooth. Okay, it's in the details, but it's quite a bit better here. In OP-X PRO-3, it is smoother. By the way, it can go brighter. We have a bright mode here, a max brightness. This is quite a bit brighter in the max brightness setting than the brightest mode in OP-X PRO-2. Also, one difference where you notice the difference clearly is in when you have glides. Maybe let's take a lead which is available in both. Let's take the tuned Unisaw a lead here. I take the same here. I can go back to the default bank. Okay. Let's take the Unisaw. Okay. This one, maybe edit. Let's take away the effects. Make it really. Okay, now let's activate portamento. Maybe the max. Maybe let's deactivate the voices here. Okay, here you can hear it. It has a little bit of graininess. Let's do the same here. I take we have it already. We deactivate we only take one voice, the same as in the other. And it's a little bit at a different place here. We do the portamento to the max. Let's listen the same. Same here. Okay, you can hear it in the lower range. It has a little bit of stepping. Maybe let's do a bigger range. This was OP-X PRO-2. This is OP-X Pro. This is OP-X Pro 2. You can hear in the lower range it has some graininess here in Pro 3. It's absolutely smooth. So, but the basic, the sound quality, the warmth, the character is preserved here. It was not easy to preserve, to make the sound even better while preserving the original warm and fat sound character. So you have the best possible here in this machine. Okay, this was the differences and how much easier you can use sounds here. It's so much faster. You can, of course, you have many more sounds here. You have all sounds, as said, that were in OP-X Pro 2, but many more. You can do own collections like here. Featured, this are the Jupiter 8 factories. These are featured here, so really spotted out the master tone, the Matrix 12 sounds. Okay, you have a extended famous sounds folder with favorites. You have the alphabetical famous library. I said it's a total of 475 famous patches already in here. But as said, the same as formerly for OP-X Pro 2, there are further sounds you can download. Maybe let's do this as an example. So I think we don't have yet any of these in the reloads. There are some. Maybe let's remove these to make it from the beginning on. So let's go here. These we don't need anymore. Let's go here. Reloads. Okay, these really are physical. Let's delete these. Move to bin. Okay, we delete this here. Make it clean. So okay, so like this, of course, I had to quickly switch folders to make it accurate again. Okay, so let's load in. Let's extend the library with all new available sounds you can download for free, so that we have all the new stuff here. So for this, let's go to the website of OP-X Pro 3. Here you have a button called New Sounds. Click on here. Okay, now here you can scroll down. These are all the new reloads available already. So far it's hundreds of new sounds of different kinds. So we have famous sounds, we have normal sounds. You can listen to them here, of course. Here we have, this is a normal reload. We have new famous sounds here. Okay, you know these. Better Axel F sounds, etc. So these are, as you know, these are extended then and when with new package. This is the new collection from Saif Samir. Great sounds. So you can, all of these, you can download them and place them into the library. Let's do this. I simply click here, download, it will download the package. We check them afterwards. The reload to, always use the description, what they do, reload to. We want to load in all available new sound sets. Let's download this for the comparison patches. Then the new famous reload. As you can see, this is the base folder. This one has to be installed for the further famous patches. So let's download this. Then reload 2, download 3. Then this is the normal reload. Then last but not least, we download the Saif Samir collection. Okay. These are the newest so far. So let's go back to OP-X PRO-2. And now we have to go back to the library, the preset base. So we have to fill them in here. Let's go to the downloads folder. As you can see here, we have today here. Okay, obviously this one here was downloaded already before. That's why it has a 2 here. So these here we have downloaded now, just now. So let's open here. You always have a description here how to place them. Okay, here Windows, we are in Mac here. Go to Pro-3 preset base. We are in here already. Place the sound into in the folder 3 reloads. So let's make this. I take the presets, I copy them. Okay. Copy. I go into the reloads folder. I do paste. You also could do this with the keyboard, of course. This was the 1. 2, same with 2. Let's take all of these. I do it with the keyboard this time. CMD V. Okay. As you can see, these all are categorized already when you download them, so nothing to do. This was 2. In Mac, you unfortunately can't see which folder you select the last. Let's fill them up here. Okay. Which one was this? 3, 4. Okay, this you have to read this exactly. There's a replacement. If there was an issue, you could read this by yourself. Let's fill in these 2. Okay, this was the reload 4. You have the comparison. Okay, here it says placement. Put the entire 5OBX folder to this place. Okay, here we put the entire folder. Copy. I do it like this. Copy. And then in here, I do paste. Where is it? Ah, it's here. Okay, it's in the featured. It has a number that takes it here. It's in the featured. Okay. Let's go further. This was the comparison. Then we have famous reload 001. This is the basic folder. Here the README says put the entire folder again on this place in the preset base. So let's make this. Let's copy this and we copy it in here. CMDV. Okay, now it's here. You can see this is a folder filled with further famous presets. As you can see, it has the low line EE low line indicator included in the name, which should make it a unlimited folder with a menu. Let's go on. This was 1, 2. Here, readme. Put it into this folder. So I put it into the famous EE folder. So all further famous presets now go into here. Okay. This was 2. Okay. Now it comes 3. Same, put it into famous EE. Let's do this. Copy. Copy. Paste. Okay, I have to paste it like this. They're in here. 3. This is a normal reload, not a famous one. So it comes into the 3 reloads folder. So let's take these presets, copy. They go into the 3 reloads folder, paste, CMDV. And now I hope it's the second last. Yes, this is the Saif Samir collection. I think you have to put the whole folder again into the library, into the preset base. So let's copy the whole folder. Copy. Let's go back here to the root and I think this again will go here into the feature. Let's paste it. Okay, it's here. Now we updated the library with all new available sounds I just downloaded. Now, when we go back to Logic, as you can see, the folders aren't there yet. For this, we have a further function this button has. In fact, it should be written here in the tooltip. It says refresh folder. Okay, this also refreshes the folder. So I click here. As you can see, the folders immediately popped up. So this one also refreshes the folders. So we have, let's go to the reloads. As you can see, we have a lot of reloads now in here. Let's try if categories work. I only want to have the brosses. I only want to have the leads. I only want to have the organs. If it has only one. Only the arpeggios. Okay. So we have a lot of new sounds here. Then we have the OP-X folder. Here, these are sounds derived from the OP-X directly. And the comparison. You may read the text in the download. On the downloads, we have the new Saif Samir collection, which is a normal bank with a lot of crazy, great sounds. Okay, you may listen to the clips on the side. And then the other new sounds, they are down here. We had the famous A to C collections already, and now the new folder is this one. As you can see, this is a normal folder actually, so it sorts itself in alphabetically, but it has this extension here, so low line EE low line, and as you can see, this makes the folder a unlimited folder having a menu which can separate by categories or also set categories if necessary. And you can scroll forward and backwards here. So we have a lot of new famous sounds here, again sorted alphabetically. Oh, this is the I don't know anymore how it was played, so let's check this quickly. Billy Idol. Okay. Okay, it's like this. So you have lots of famous sounds. And as said, you can even search them. Here, of course, you have all of them alphabetically. Of course, the new sounds, they have a new category of alphabetically. But if you wanted to search all of them, the whole library, so all famous folders here, we have famous all, famous X, and we have a normal famous. We even have the old famous folder from OP-X PRO-2 here. Okay, there for sure are a lot of duplicates, of course. So let's check it, and we go into the search. It should find now every new patch we installed. Let's check this. Okay, sometimes I think, yeah, when we clicked RFR, it should be the case. So let's check it. I could simply search by famous, since the folders are included. Famous. Oh, and it's famous. Okay. Now every existing famous patch everywhere in the library in a folder that has the famous name included, or the patch itself, it will be here. So let's check if it finds the Billy Idol. Let's go back. Billy A B. Okay, here the Billy Idol is here. The eyes. I could check in which folder they are. I click here, it's famous all one. Okay, somehow the new ones. Okay, that the new ones are there too. You either could save, close, remove the plugin here and load a new, or you could quickly add a favorite somewhere. Make a patch of favorites, and now again back. Let's go to the search again. Now it will take a while. Let's do the same again. Famous. Okay. Okay, now it's there. Now it is there. So you either have to mark one as favorite and back again, or you have to unload and load the plugin anew, so that the system takes the new folder into the search algorithm so that it will be included. So we have the ice string here. Or was it here? Something like this. I forgot in which key it was. So we could also check. Of course, we could sort them since they are all categorized from the factory. We also could sort them. I only want to have famous leads. Okay, so you have only leads that are famous sounds, like the car sing. Or you could take all and say, I want only sounds that I want to search for Idol. Okay, I hope that the Billy Idol sounds are listed now. Okay, now you have all the Billy Idol sounds, different versions, the bell, the lead. Okay. Only the brasses. I guess in the brasses you had for sure the Africa. We can test this, Africa. Okay, here we have it. Several versions. Of course, there are duplicates. Okay. So you can see this is very flexible. By the way, you also in search, you could also, now we have the RFR activated, you also could mark a patch as favorite in here. So in the search results, I say, okay, I like this one, the Africa brass, this version, in the famous all 4 folder. So I click on favorite. Now it takes a second until it's listed. It changed a bit the location, but now when we go to F famous all 4, it should be marked as favorite here. Toto, Africa, brass. Okay, here you go. Here you have it. It's correct, and the same. It also should be listed now in the favorites folder. Do you see it? Okay, here we have it. We have the RFR activated so that the points are away. Okay, so you can see it's very, very flexible system, very powerful. You can categorize, search, you can mark favorites. You are very fast in searching, in saving sounds, in organizing your saved sounds, etc. So this alone makes OP-X PRO-3 so much more powerful than OP-X PRO-2, which had none of this, only banks and presets. Okay. The synth internally is built exactly the same as real voltage controlled polyphonic analog synths of the late 70s until mid 80s maybe. So as said, we can go back here. These didn't just digitally clone voices as we have it today in modern synths maybe, and sometimes also in plugins. These had separate electronics for each voice. So every time you hit a note, one part of the electronics had to be activated. So this each voice had separate electronics. You can see this here in the lines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is Oberheim Matrix 12, by the way. We have the same on the lower board. Here we had a voice allocation unit, so the notes coming from the keyboard, they were sent. In most cases, this was in a circular mode, so rotating to the voices. So the first key goes to this voice, then to this, then to this, then to this, to this, and then on the lower board, and then again to the upper in a circle. And so we have the same here. It was all, of course, it was discrete electronics and some chips. So it has had some integration for several parts, for envelopes mainly. I think in Matrix 12 also for the oscillators and filters. In earlier since everything was discrete. Let's check it here in OP-X PRO-3. So to learn how the synth internally works, you can open it up. So it's like removing the cover here from the matrix. So this is the lid, the cover. We do the same here, like this. So now we are in this inside of the synth. You can see we have the 12, the synth has 12 voices. We have the 12 voice boards, voice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have electronics, always the same electronics here, the same as in the real synths. You can see it looks always the same, it's the same electronics. But of course, this is not digital, this is analog. So electronics, they had tolerances, so not each resistor, for example, had the absolutely exact same value, the same for the condensers or the diodes or other parts. So they differed a little tiny bit from voice to voice when you soldered them and mounted them. And normally people wanted to have an even sound in each voice, especially when the difference was big. And for this, they had to place so-called trim pots on each voice, which did tune, with which you could tune important parameters. The most important, of course, the filters. Then here in our example, we have the filter envelope decay and release. This is something you really notice when it's different, especially when you have a lot of resonance. Then portamento time. So we have the same here. Maybe you could see this a little bit better. I think the trim pots, these are these here. Maybe we could quickly search for a older voice board, OP-X voice board. So that you can see the trim pots images. Okay. Okay, here we have a good example. Open image, new tab, so that you have to match. As you can see here, we have such trim pots like this one, like this one, Also here we have trim pots. So each of these voices had the same set of trim pots. And as said, these trim pots were used to make the boards even. So even when the same devices were mounted on each board and the same trim pots, they still sounded all a little bit different. And to make them sound even, a technician had to go through the voices and tune them voice by voice so that they all sounded even in the end, so that you had an even sound to them. And then the trim pots, of course, they were different a little bit on each board. Okay. So nowadays, these old synths here, they are famous not only because of the sound of the filter and oscillators, but also exactly because of this fact that each voice sounded a little bit, tiny bit different. This could be influenced also by temperature and also by time. These trim pots, they weren't always the same over time, so this gives these synths the special character. It somehow it sounds pretty organic, if you want, lively. But sometimes it also can be disturbing, dependent on the sound. And so in the digital domain, of course, you have the ability to control this. So in this synth, you can have it as you like to have it. You can have it different for each patch. So in the default mode, so when all boards are, as you can see, all boards in the default mode have the same settings of the trim pots. This means tuned, but that's not true. These are not yet tuned, since when they were soldered, they always were in the same position in the reality. So this is exactly cloned here like in the reality. So normally they were tuned by a technician, but since the synths did detune later on again, also because of warming up temperature, the synths had a feature to nevertheless tune the boards, at least the most important parameters, using auto-tune. You had the older synths only had one auto-tune button for the oscillator pitch, but synths like the Matrix 12 also could tune the filter. So these auto-tune did send a offset voltage to the boards, which flattened out the little remaining differences after the warming up was there. So you could push that button and it flattened it out, and you can do the same here. In difference to the original synths, maybe let's quickly search OP-X Auto-Tune button. As you can see, this button. Maybe the size must be large. Doesn't make a sense otherwise. Maybe we have a good picture here. Image. New tab. Oh, that is very little. It's not a good picture. Maybe this. Oh yeah, this is big. Okay, here you can see it auto. This was the auto tune button in OP-X. Here you only could auto tune the oscillator pitch, so the most important, so that the voices aren't pitch detuned. Okay, so here we not only have oscillators and filters, we also can auto-tune the envelopes and the portamento. So in this section is cloned. We have the same also here on the main interface, so you can directly apply auto-tune like this. Auto-tune is applied, or deactivate auto-tune, or anything in between. So you could seamlessly apply auto-tune, so that you really can play with the tunings depending on the setting, of course, on the root setting of this. And if you want, you also could edit the standard detuning here. So you have all flexibility you want. And so after talking a lot, we are going into some examples. We have a good bank for this. It's in the, not in the reloads, it's in the Pro-2 library. It's the last bank test batches. Here I have a lot of stuff of good root patches for testing stuff. And here we take the detuning sections. Okay, we are going to check this for filters. Of course, the differences of filters can be heard the best. I take this batch when we have self-oscillation in the filter, so that the filter resonates as much that it becomes an oscillator itself and puts out a sine near to a sine wave. And we have activated this here. We have deactivated the actual oscillators, so we only have the filter left. Okay, so that we can hear the differences. And now we have here, we have 6. We can set here how many of the voice boards are included. So in this case we have 6. We could go to 8. Then it takes these 2. We could go to all 12. We could deactivate always 2. So 1 and 7 here. Then it only does it here, etc. We are checking the same now here. It's the same in here. You can see the key goes to here, to the next, always to the next. Okay. When we deactivate this, it deactivates also the lower board, and it only is distributed between the remaining ones. Okay. Like this, it's only between these 2. And now when I go to the master polyphony of 6, it only takes these 6, so only this voice here would be left. Okay. When I do the 12, 8, 12, okay. Okay, this is the basic setup. So now everything is auto-tuned, so it doesn't depend how these trim pots here are set. We are just looking at the filters now. Now we deactivate the filter tuning. We also could do this here. It's the same, okay. Okay, we have to go back. Oh, we must activate these again. Okay, 12, so that we have all 12 ports. Okay, now you can hear. We go back, it's tuned. Now it's detuned. As said, we can do the same here. Tuned, detuned. So, as you can see, each filter of each voice sounds a little different. The cutoff is a little bit different in each. Also, you can see the trim pots are all centered here. As said, this means they were soldered originally in the same, coming from the factory, they were all in this state. But since the devices have tolerances, there were differences, and exactly for this, in the original synths, the trim pots were used, so you could tune it here, the filter. And so to make them even, back in the day you had to take a reference voice. So maybe let's just activate 1 or 2. Must go to the 6th state. Okay. The technician said, okay, I take this one as reference and I try to make them sound even. They used the screwdriver to do this. Okay, then they took the next voice. Okay, then they took the next voice. Then the next, compared to the one. Okay, the next. Okay, now the voices are tuned. As you noticed, in the lower area the same happens. At the same time, these always are linked. This is due to easiness, so it's easier. It's easier to do this all on a 6-voice base than if you had to do it for 12 voices. It would be extremely cumbersome. Like this, you set all in the upper area and then it's simply repeated in the lower. Okay, now when we activate all voices again, you can hear they are the same. As good as we tuned it, of course, before. And now when I apply auto-tune, there are some slight differences maybe. Listen. Now I apply auto-tune, now it should be absolutely perfect again. Okay, it has a little bit lower range. But they are even. You had to adjust the cutoff. Okay. So, back in the day, this was the only option to tune the boards. And then later on, you also could use auto-tune to do this. But in the synth, now in the digital area, normally you don't need to do this because the default detuning, so the factory state of each board, we can go back to this tuning. When I hover here, it reads censure filter trim pots results to factory state untuned. So when I click here, you could see I could detune it again. When I click here, click, it goes back to the censure, and this means this is the factory detuning. And in most cases, you can work with this factory detuning. You don't need to edit this, since you can detune it here, same here, or if you want to have just a little bit of detuning, you can do it seamlessly here. It's just a little bit. You go back to 12. So this absolutely suffices here. So checking very quickly like this, and then if needed you can adjust it here. And only if you don't like the standard detuning available here, you could edit it. So you could say, okay, this is a little bit too much off here compared to the other. I take this back a little bit. so that it's a little bit less extreme. So you could do this, and this, of course, this remains when I again apply auto-tune. It's perfectly even, and when I deactivate auto-tune, so I take away the offset voltage, it's the same again. So you can have it any color you like, anywhere you like. As said, in most cases the standard detuning works perfectly, so you never ever really need to adjust these trim pots unless you want to have a special effect, maybe some type of arpeggio going through all voices, creating little melodies, etc. So in most cases you don't even need to open the boards. You can do tuning and detuning from here. Okay. Now the same for the other. We have filter tunes detuned. Maybe let's take a example. Let's take a brass that you can see what it effects in the real world. We have a brass. Okay, you can see it's tuned here. Auto-tuned. We have the default state, the tuning state, what is tuned here. So e.g. for brasses, it's not so good when the filters are detuned too much. You can test this. You can do a detuning, fully detune here, so take away the auto-tune. Okay, sounds a little bit more analog. But it's also a little bit less punchy, so you could play with this. And you could only apply a little bit of detuning. Maybe it's even more noticeable when we add some resonance. So, okay. So like this, it's simply, it's you can see what I mean. So this was for filters. Let's go back to our bank test patches. We had filters detuned, custom detuning we had. Okay, we test the same for envelopes. You hear this the best in a patch that uses a long decay time like this. And with a high resonance setting. So now the filter envelope, I said, this is each voice has separate electronics. So when it's tuned, all filter envelopes decay, they are exactly the same. Okay. Now let's take away the auto-tune here. So now each voice board has a little bit a different decay time, and this results in this sound. Okay. You can hear each voice comes down a little bit different. Go back. Same here, of course. Of course, you also could say, okay, this max or the minimum state is a little bit too much of the tuning at all. Just a little bit of difference. Okay. And also in the fully detuned mode, you could say, okay, I want to be one voice a little bit different, then you could edit this here. But as said, in the envelope detuning, this gets even more unnecessary in most cases. It's really for absolute specialists. If you want to exactly clone the behavior of the voices of an existing synth, you could do this. Maybe let's try this just with 2 voices here. Okay, let's try to make them even, the decays. It's more even now. Okay, it's very different. As you can see, this now really becomes very complicated, but as said, you could do it, you could edit it if you want, but here we can go back to the default detuning. In most cases, the auto-tune function is fully sufficient to do this type of detuning. Okay, let's check the same for portamento. This is a very typical detuning. Polysaw, portamento, tuned. Okay, portamento, you have a slight glide time. I'm going to increase the portamento. So in this case, it's the same, exactly the same time on each voice, because here the portamento auto-tune is applied. So from the auto-tune unit, an offset voltage is sent to each board to flatten out the differences. But when I deactivate the detuning, then listen again. Now we have the different portamento times. You could do just a little bit, so go back just a little bit. So also here, if you are an absolute specialist, you could tune this by yourself. Let's take just 2 voices. Let's try to make it. I have to, yeah, it's deactivated here, so I could edit here. I could take this as reference. Okay, it gets closer now. That was somewhere here. Okay, here it's the same, and like this gets different. Okay, you could edit these, also this you could edit by yourself, but it's, in fact, we think this is not necessary, but you could. In most cases, let's set it back to the default detuning. In most cases, the auto-tune unit is all you need, really. By the way, this was very typical in most synths, especially in the earlier. There wasn't a feature to tune the portamento. This also was difficult since the times when they get very long, they are very susceptible to little changes. So mostly this was a very typical side effect of these polyphonic voltage controlled analog synths, this portamento smear they had. I think we have had some good patches here. maybe this one. Okay, very typical. Without, let's check how it would be without. Without tuning. So totally different. So it's very authentic here, but you could edit it dependent on what you want. So okay, we checked filter detuning, envelope detuning, portamento detuning. I said you can, in most cases, you do everything from here. You can do it on and off. You can do it seamlessly. And finally, last but not least, of course, the pitch detuning. I think we have a good testing patch here too for this. Detuning, filters, envelopes, polysaw. Let's just take a... This is tuned. So this one here means this is the pitch of the oscillators. And this one here, as you can see, there is a pointed line, so these belong together somehow. This one here simply is the auto tune. So when everything is tuned, I have to set this to 0. I fully detune it, so there is no auto tune applied anymore. Okay, sounds very untuned. So in the real world, so in the with a real voltage controlled analog synth, the synths often sounded like this before applying auto-tune. So when you switch them on, they weren't freshly tuned anymore. They sounded like this, so you could click the auto-tune after a while and then the pitch was good again. But here you can play a little bit with it, you can go a little bit. You could say I want to have detuned it a little bit. Just a little bit to give a little bit of unpureness, so you could play with this. Okay, and now we have spread. So what's the difference? So this one here relates to the settings of the voices themselves. So it depends on how each voice is from its own detunings, from the tolerances, and so this isn't evenly spread amongst the voices, so it is more of a chaotic nature. So the detuning somehow also sounds chaotic. Okay, now we have a knob that also detunes the pitch of the voices, but this one does it in a different way. It spreads the voices away from a set center evenly. So it's the one voice goes a certain amount of detuning, and the next the same amount, double, etc. So it's all it's an even spread. And let's take this. Let's try this. So it's tuned here. So we do a little bit of spread. So it sounds a little different. So this is spread. Normally on some other synths you find the spread only for unison patches, so we could check this. We activate unison here. So when I apply spread, so the pitches of the used voices, 6, are spread away, so the sound should get fatter. Okay. Other than in many other synths that are not based on real analog synths, this also works in polyphonic mode here. So you can use spread both in polyphonic and in unison mode. Okay, and it sounds a little different. We could use this one here too in unison mode. Okay, let's do it. It sounds a little different. So as up to your taste, you could use either this. You even could combine the two. Okay. And this both in polyphonic. You also could use both in polyphonic mode, of course with not always predictable result. So this is very quick and easy. Here for the pitch detuning you don't have trim pots, since this is nothing you normally use for melodies. You can do this with the filters, so it's more for the general analog feel of the synth. If you want to be a more straight and direct or more analog sounding, more organic sounding, so in most cases you don't need to edit the tunings actual from voice to voice. Of course, in the real synths, this had to be done. Also for pitch, they had especially in the early ones, which didn't use a chip for the oscillators, like the OP-X. We have the picture. They, in most cases, many of them also had discrete oscillators, and so you also had to tune the oscillators. Okay, but here it's only the detuning only is global, but it can be chaotic with auto-tune, or it can be evenly spread using spread. So you are very free how to use this. Maybe let's try this with a brass tool. Let's detune it here. Okay, sounds a little bit. Now when we detune also the filters and the envelopes or everything, it becomes very analog, but maybe also a little bit too much. So then you could again tune it, say okay, only a little bit of spread. So it's extremely flexible. You can do it any way you want. Here with the detuning, auto-tune, I said you don't need to grab the trim pots for this. You can do it all from here in most cases, either on and off or seamlessly. Even with a value you can set exactly. Yeah, and when you want to go into the detail, you can go in here. Okay, as mentioned already, you might have a situation, since the sound always can sound a little bit different depending on which board it is, especially when a lot of detunings are going on. So with e.g. with a lot of resonance, it's always a little bit different depending on which voice the board actually is. And so when you are rendering in your project in a DAW, sometimes you want to have it sound every time the same. So, but when you randomly render, it can be that the synth starts at any voice board. Okay. In this case, you have two functions to control this. On one hand, you can do a manual reset, so no matter on which voice board the allocation algorithm is, when you click this one, it always starts on the first board again. Okay? Click. Click. So like this, you could start manually set always at the same board, so it will sound the same every time. It also will delete all remaining triggers, etc. Decay, so that it will always sound the same. Let's check this. Once more. Okay, you heard the second was a little bit higher. Okay, it's the same. Of course, it depends on which note you actually hit. Maybe with one note. Okay, you heard this one is a little bit higher. You want to be the same every time you click here. Now again. And you also could do this, you could activate this, then it would be the same always when you start the song from beginning. So when the sequencer gives this message to the synth that the song is starting, for rendering especially, then it always will start at the same at voice 1. So especially when you have some kind of melodies going on. Okay. You wanted to have always the same melody. Okay, the melody is like this. Okay, and you are here, then you could activate this or click here. Click. Okay, so this is a very special feature, but sometimes it can be useful. Okay. This one we already had in the introduction. You can deactivate the LEDs of the voices. Okay, it's still playing, but it isn't showing anymore, and this is needed when you have some graphic cards issues producing flickering. Then you could deactivate the voices here, and then the flickering would go away. But this is rarely the case. It's only in some low profile graphic cards in Windows mainly. You can see it disappeared here too, and this remains as long as the session is opened. Okay. Okay, like this, you have tremendous control over detuning of several parameters. As said, it functions exactly the same as in real polyphonic voltage controlled analog synths of this era. By the way, not only the case in the Matrix 12, it was also the case in the Prophet 5, in the Jupiter 8, in the OP-X, in many of these, in most of these synths, in all of these synths, it basically worked the same. There were discrete electronics, separate voices, a allocation unit that allocates the voices to the board, the trim pods tuning. This was always the same in these synths, and it works exactly the same here. It's not some mimicking or some special effects trying to mimic this. It really works exactly the same from the bass up. So it's the same as in real synths. You can operate it the same as in real synth, but with lots of more of flexibility, of course. And of course, it's total recall. You can save such a setup together with the patch, so it's fully recallable. Yes. Okay, something we maybe forgot is let's maybe go back to the default patch here. As said, we have 12 voices, and you not only can set the master polyphony here. Now it only takes these here. When I switch to 8, it takes these here, but on the lower in the lower voice sections, it takes voice 9 and 10. Well, why this? This is because of the detunings. When we again take a maybe a brass with a lot of resonance, or maybe let's at all deactivate this and only detune this. Okay, you hear this melody, and if you would include voices 7 and 8, and as they repeat, you can hear it, they repeat. The detunings are repeated in the lower bank or the lower master board. If you would use these ones, you would have a repetition. So this one here would, after stopping here, would go back to here, and then it would be repeated here, the tunings. And by using the middle two in the 8 voice mode, you don't have a boring repetition of the whole, no repeating. So that's the reason when I take 12, it's like this, okay. Okay, this is something that had to be mentioned. Let's go back to the default string. So as said, by deactivating pairs, it's always 2 voices. Inside they are linked like this. Now the voices only are allocated between the left boards. So like this, you can involve any board you want on a 2 voice board base. So when you take 6 e.g., I could make a 4 a synth that has a polyphony of 4, like a Jupiter 4. Okay, you can see it only distributes even when I play. You can hear it has 2 less polyphony for all the notes I'm playing, but it emulates a synth that has actually only 4 voices, like Jupiter 4. You could do a Prophet 5 could say, okay, I want to have a really authentic Pro-5 bass, brass, maybe have some brass. Okay, you say I really only want to have 5 voices like in the original, then I take the 6, Master Polyphony 6, and deactivate this. So as you can see, we only have 5, and like this you have exactly the same behavior. So you can't play more than you could in a real Pro-5. So you only could play 4 notes here in the right hand and 1 bass, an octave bass. This would disappear. So okay, you could have 6 voices, 8 voices, as in some OP-X synths. 12, of course, like in a Matrix 12. But also you can do a real monophonic synth like this. So when you take the 6, Master Polyphony 6, and only activate 1 single board. So it's a real monophonic synth now. It just uses 1 voice. And like this you really can emulate also monophonic synths, like a Roland SH2000 or a Arp Pro Soloist. They were single voice synths. So let's do an example. We have a bank in the Pro-2 library that has original SH2000 sounds. Let's take the flute. So here, since it comes from much earlier versions of the synth or more basic, these still didn't have this feature, so it's polyphonic here. But when you really want to emulate a Roland SH2000, which was a monophonic synth with one of the first with aftertouch, let's quickly search it. Roland SH2000, so that you can see what I mean. Okay. Hope it's quite a bit. Okay, it's this one. This was a monophonic synth with some typical flute and brass, and it was some funny sounds, also imitating popcorn, for example. But these were monophonic, and when you want to emulate this like the original, so not polyphonic, you take the 6 Master Polyphony mode and you deactivate. Of course, you also could take a middle one, but you take the first one, so only 1 voice board left. And now it's monophonic, but still it's not legato. Set it to unison. To legato. Maybe a little bit of portable. So that's very typical, a little bit of reverb maybe. Some church reverb. So now I've emulated a SH2000, just using 1 voice here. Okay, so I think we have this covered. You can see it's very flexible, even this basic engine of the synth. You have full control over detuning, over master, auto-tune unit. You can activate, deactivate voices. You can create polyphony you want. And so this one here builds the base. So you really have to understand how this works. This is the base of the synth. Okay. Maybe let's add here this section. We already had the portamento. Unison. Let's take the old default bank from Pro 2. Let's take the tuned unison. So unison always takes 6 voices together. So it doesn't take all 12 voices. This would be too much and it would create overlaps because of the detuning. So it's always 6, but it's very fat. So unison, as said, we have legato. Without legato, it breaks off. With legato, you have this typical behavior, and now we have several modes of legato. When this one here isn't activated, it is the last note priority, so it always takes the last note and returns to the one that is depressed already. But when you want to mimic the behavior of old synths, in most of these, like the OP-X, it was the lowest priority mode. So when I activate this one here, the orange state is the lowest. So when I do this, it doesn't work anymore. But here, lowest. And sometimes you want to have highest. Maybe some synths existed. The blue is highest, so it's not lowest anymore. Okay. This is something you must know too within the voice setup. Now portamento we had already. I said it's polyphonic portamento, so not only can not only be used in unison mode, oscillator detuning, and now we have a very special trim pot here, which says beats, and here we have DCO and VCO. DCO, this stands for digitally controlled oscillator, and VCO stands for voltage control oscillator. These one here were the earlier ones, so like in Prophet 5, OP-X, also Matrix 12, and we had these only came in later synths, digitally controlled oscillators. They still were analog, but they used digital components to control the pitch, so they were more stiff. I think that the Matrix 6 used them also, so some Kroomer synths, some also cheaper synths, they used digital control oscillators. They sounded a little bit more stiff, but they were very tuning stable, but at the same time they also were a little bit less organic. So what's the difference when listening? Let's take again our test patches bank. Let's take, do we have an example here, the tuning? I'm sure we have an example here. Filters tuned, horizon. Equal phase. Okay, I reduced it. Okay. When we have two oscillators like here, 1 and 2, when you tune them evenly in the old voltage controlled, fully voltage controlled synth, 2 with VCO, so with voltage controlled oscillators, they always still had a little bit of difference in tuning, even when tuned evenly between the two oscillators, and this resulted in still left beat, slightly left beating. Let's listen. You can hear a little bit going up, down. Even when they're absolutely tuned evenly, we could, yeah, it's everything tuned here, but still you have this this beating, slight low beating, and it's not the same in each voice. It's a little different in each voice. So this is the way they sounded, the older synth sounded, and now when you go to the opposite position here, listen again. It's absolutely stiff. There is no beating going on anymore since these are digitally controlled. So it sounds a little bit stiffer than the VCOs, but it can be useful, or it can be even necessary to use this mode when we want to emulate a DCO synth. But the best is you even can go seamlessly between DCO and VCO, so just a little bit of ongoing difference. Okay, you hear now that you have a very little bit of beating. We could do more. Okay, until the max. Which is very crucial to emulate the real voltage controlled synth. So you really have all options. You can do all possible flavors possible between different synths, different detunings, states of detunings. Often later synths in the later years, they were more stable in tuning, which resulted in a different, a little bit less organic character. This was good for some sounds, but not so good for other sounds like sweeps. And in this synth, you can have all in one synth. You can have this very much detuned state of older synths. You can have the behavior of newer synth, and you can have this differently in every patch. So this has total recall. You can save the whole setting, included voices, included detuning, beating state, etc. in one patch. So this gives incredible flexibility even before you start do the actual normal synth editing here with the usual suspects you have, like cutoff, resonance, etc. Okay. We didn't cover the pans. Maybe let's quickly take a preset which takes the panning Okay, this is a good preset pan mono, so okay, of course you could set these manually. So each pan is for 2 voices, so this is for voice 1, voice 7, this is for voice 8, voice 2, voice 8, and so on. You can see it here in the boards where they actually go. You could do this manually, but you have very handy, quick presets here and functions to set these very quickly without doing this pot by pot manually. So this one here, M, means monophonic, so you could reset all to center immediately. This would be very cumbersome to do manually, so like this it's very fast. Then you could set these, I could do this again manually to do a stereo setup like this, but you also can do this directly by clicking here. Tack, so now we have a usable stereo setup immediately working. So you can quickly go forward and back here. And we have another very little trim pot related to this. With this we could spread this even more. So this one, what does it? It spreads the pans commonly. So I could do this to the max. That's very handy without having to grab each knob separately. So we have further presets, so mono, spread. Then here, if you don't know what they do, you hover the mouse upon all pans left. This can be useful for some functions like panning modulation. We will come to this. Then we have other sets like left, left, right, left, left, right. We have a little bit left, right, a little bit left, right, okay. Then we have some others, left to right. This means when you cycle through the voices, it always goes from left to right. So when you start here, right, left, right. So this can be interesting when you have arpeggiating going on here. Then you have it cycles. Then we have another preset. We can read here left to right to left panning. So this one here goes from left to right, then back to left, cycling through the voices. Okay, left. Now we are close, center, and then back to left. Okay. So when you have an arpeggio, maybe we quickly activate the one here, something normal here, not random. Okay, now you can hear how it pans, how the arpeggio itself pans within the stereo field. Okay, like this is just from left to right. Like this, it's from left to right to left, etc. Okay, so that's very handy, these knobs, especially these two here, also this. So let's check what's panning modulation. So this is a very special feature. This, you can either LFO1 or 2 can be the source, the modulation source. So you set it here, which one it is. I said this is linked to which LFO the modulation wheel uses. And when you activate this one here, it modulates each separate pan knob individually. So it would do the same as if I did manually this here with this knob, and with this knob here, this here, and so on. Okay, it depends on the state of the knobs, what it does. So let's take a pan without oscillator. So this is normal stereo. Now let's kick this in. It has some sort of a kicking in state here. We do it with the max now. You can hear how it pans. And this, of course, it depends on how much spread these are at the beginning. So when I do this like this, it's more extreme. Of course, it depends on the LFO speed. Now it's LFO 1. Well, the speed is set here. Very slow. If I took LFO 2, the speed would be here. Can create very lively, broad pads. In fact, the very first preset we have here, Matrix Soft Strings 2, this one uses the panning modulation. So it gives that very rich any chorals, just coming from the voice. It really gives a very broad, rich sound. Of course, when you want to do it extreme, like an effect, you can take the all left position. So it make this a little bit slower. Now it pans the whole thing, pans from left to right while playing. Of course, also this parameter here could be modulated in the matrix. Should be available somewhere here. Yeah, here we have it. So we also could take any source to. We could take an envelope, e.g. to make this faster during time. Let's take multi-mono envelope here. Let's try this just as an example. Oh, I took the wrong slot. Mono envelope. Ah, okay, it's not the it's the amount. Okay. It's not the speed of the LFO, it's the amount, so I could do it like this. And now it begins very slowly. None, and now it kicks in. Okay, then it's too extreme, so we have to cut it here. So also this you can map as you want. Of course, you also could map the LFO, you could modulate it here. Okay. So let's check the filter types first. For this, I'm first going to quickly create a usable test sound, a basic sound. So I deactivate panel modulation. I go back to 6 voices here. I deactivate, only activate one voice. Maybe no. No. Also I reset this to pure low pass here. Deactivate all of this stuff here. So you have more or less a pure sawtooth, but with 2 oscillators, some spread, some detuning there. Okay, that's a good testing sound for the filter section, so that I easily can operate these without a mouse. I'm going to learn these two knobs here on my keyboard so that I can control these remotely. So I can use the Learn engine to do this. First one, I'm going to erase all existing mappings that still might exist. For this, I click this one here and I hold it down for about 4 seconds. Click. Wait for about 4 seconds until it says reset done. And now all mappings are erased. Now I want to I want to map the cutoff to this control here. So to do this, I click on Learn. I quickly move this button and then I move this one. Okay, now you can see they are immediately linked. Let's do the same for resonance. I want to map this to this button. I click Learn, I move resonance, I move this one, okay. Okay. So let's check the filter, the different filter types. As said, as mentioned already in the introduction, we have it has 2 filters, 2 parallel filters here. We have the filter 1. This is a low pass filter. You have several modes here. The default is 12 dB, a standard OB. It's a warm sounding OB filter. Then we have, when I click here one time, we have hard. This is the same as the 24 dB in OP-X PRO-2. This is a little bit clearer, more popping out version of the 12 dB. It has a little bit more edge. Then the same with self-oscillation. So on max resonance setting, the filter begins to resonate itself and produces a sine wave. Then we have a real 24 dB mode, but still OB type. Then the same with self-oscillation. Then we have a Moog type that has a typical behavior. So in higher resonance settings, it loses the bass. Then the same with self-oscillation. Okay. Let's check these first. So I begin at the standard 12 dB OB filter. I'm going to hit the note and now I control these from here on. Okay. cutoff. Then I go a little bit higher with the resonance. But you can hear what happens. Fat full sound. As you can hear, it still has the bass, this filter type, even with high resonance settings. Let's go to the hard version of this filter. Let's go back here. Half resonance. So it has a little bit more of edge than the same. Let's go back here. The same with self-oscillation. So at max resonance setting, it will start singing itself, the filter. You can hear this the best when you deactivate the waves itself. So it has self-oscillation going on. You can use this for filter effects, of course. Then we go on. Let's activate these again. Then we go to the 24 dB filter. So the filtering is steeper. So it takes away more of the high frequencies. You can hear it's darker generally. More resonance. But it's still a OB filter, so it still preserves the low frequency amount even in high resonance settings. This was very typical. And now the same with self-oscillation. So when I increase the resonance, it begins to sing. As said, this also remains when you switch off the oscillators completely, so also useful for filter effects. Then let's go on to the next mode. This already was new in Pro-3. This didn't exist in OP-X Pro-2, only the basic and the hard with the self-oscillation. Now let's go on to the Moog filter. MG. Okay, here it still sounds similar with low resonance, but when you increase the resonance, you notice already the bass. It goes away a little bit, and the higher we go here, the more the bass goes away. And you have this typical Moog type of resonance. Now in the Moog, you had the self-oscillation at the max resonance setting, so you can go one step further. Now we have this. Okay, you have this beautiful self-resonance going on, which of course still is present when you switch off the oscillators. So you have a lot of different modes here already in the low pass section. So it's totally seven low pass modes. So OB standard, OB hard with self-oscillation, 24 dB OB, 24 dB OB with self-oscillation, Moog and Moog with self-oscillation. Okay. Now we have a second filter, filter 2, which is marked as a multi. It's a multi-mode filter in itself. So you have in the fully anti-clockwise setting of this trim pot, you have high pass here. Then the great thing is you can blend between different filter types, which include high pass, band pass, and notch with these buttons. So it goes from high pass to band pass to notch. You also could address these directly by clicking here. Band pass, it goes directly to the pure band pass state, okay? But to listen to this filter alone, you need to set the mix. This is the filter mix between filter 1 and filter 2. I need to go here. So now it's fully high pass. Typical, especially when you add resonance. Okay, let's go. Now I could seamlessly go to band pass. Or if you want to go quickly, you could click here. Now we have band pass. These don't self-resonate. And then finally, when we go further here, we come into the notch section. We get more and more notch. Now we have notch filtering. Typical. And in notch we don't have resonance. That's by design. Let's go back to high pass. Now the interesting thing is the mix capability. So you can freely blend between these two filters. And this in fact is the same concept as used in the old Oberheim SEM unit. So these one voice monophonic synths, typically colored. So these had this seamless blending, so you could blend from low pass to high pass. Okay, freely. And now the interesting thing is the middle, the essential. So when you have 50% of this and 50% of this results in notch filtering. Okay, this sounds similar to this one, but still a little bit different, since it's a result of the mixture of both here, resulting in notch. And the cool thing is here, since the low pass filter still is involved, you even can apply resonance, which is present then in the low pass filter. So you have notch filtering using resonance, which is very unique. And of course you can do everything in between. Now of course you also can mix this with any type present here. So it's very interesting. E.g., let's go from low pass to band pass. You notice the bass part goes away. Okay, from here to here. Or maybe let's learn this one here too. I learn it to this knob here. So this gives very cool sounds. And now we can edit the type. We go to notch, so we can blend between notch and low pass, with and without resonance. Okay, that's very cool. Of course, you can do this manually. I could, by the way, I could learn the type button too. So no, let's do the mix here and the type here. That's better. So I quickly erase this setting here. For this, I click on learn. I move this and then I click on reset. Now it's not mapped anymore. So I learn the mix to this one. Learn mix. Then learn this one, type. Okay, now I also can do the type here manually. So there's really nothing you can't do, almost. Now the interesting thing is you not only can do this manually, you also can modulate the mix between filter 1 and filter 2 by LFO. This is hard mapped here. You can see LFO1, so this one here to the filter, and also by LFO, by envelope 1, so the filter envelope. So let's first try the LFO. So I have the mix here. Manually, it would sound like this. And now I automate this by LFO. A little bit the rate, we reduce the rate here a bit. Okay, that gets very interesting when we do other filter types here. Between notch and low pass, between band pass and low pass, etc. And also we can do this, modulate this by the envelope, filter envelope. So let's do a setting here, appropriate setting, a slow decay. So it goes, driven by this envelope, it goes slowly from, it morphs slowly from low pass to high pass when I hit the key. Be a little bit more resonant. Of course I could take a different filter type here. Now it goes from low pass to band pass. Now it goes from low pass to notch. Of course I could combine it with LFO. Of course I could use different filter types here. Okay, this gives you incredible possibilities. By the way, whatever these trim pots were, you can reset all these four with this button here. You click here on reset, click, and they all go back to the 0 state, which means it's pure low pass again. Of course, these only are the hard mapped modulations. You of course also could map anything freely, each to the filter mix. I could take here the filter mix and I could modulate this with anything I have here, with all available envelopes until envelope 4, even with velocity, with the trim pots, with the voice LFO, with a fixed value. I think, yeah, I also could do it here in the monophonic sources. I have different sources. I could use aftertouch. Now let's try this. I use aftertouch here. I send aftertouch. I have to activate this. I send aftertouch. So the pressure to the key here to the filter mix. Here I set the amount. Okay, now I press the key. Now I can control the aftertouch, the filter mix. So when I press fully, I have high pass. Okay, so it's completely free what you're doing here. You even could map it here. Let's see, deactivate this again. So there are lots of possibilities. It's all seamless, so seamless mixing, seamless blending between different filter types. Here you can modulate it, hard linked, or even in the matrix. So lots of possibilities in here. Okay, let's go back here. Maybe let's take the hard mode. Okay, let's check this control. Here, this is for the brightness of the whole synth, but it applies to the filter, in fact. So this parameter here, it determines how widely, on one hand, the filter can open. So this can be limited at the top, and also how it behaves in the top frequency range. So without activation of this one, it's a standard mode. Let's again activate some voices here. The standard mode is pretty warm. Okay. Now, when I switch one further here, the damp is activated. In this case, the whole filter level is damped down. This is mainly useful when you use key tracking, which is activated, by the way. So when you have a lot of key tracking, it can be difficult to close the filter widely enough. And for this, you can dampen down the filter so that you still can set the filter. Deep enough, we go to 12 voices here. Okay, without, you will notice it immediately. I might have difficulties to fully close the filter when needed here. So it dampens the whole thing, it sets the level down a bit. Now let's go to the clear mode. This is a mode where the filter can open fully. A little bit of panning here. Okay. This mode too is available in OP-X PRO-2. It's still a little warm in the top. We can take the next step in this mode is called Brilliant. In this mode, it's a little bit brighter even, and in here that the top is a little bit, it has a little bit of an edge, it's a little bit pushed. And now we have the last state. This one doesn't exist in the OP-X PRO-2, only here. This is the max brightness mode. So in this mode you have the maximum brightness. There is no limitation anymore here. When you need it, you can activate this here. It's important to know that all modulations, of course, depend on this setting. So when the filter is limited a little bit at the top, e.g. a LFO filter modulation also can't go higher than the top here, since the filter cuts it off. And so this here pretty much determines the general sound of the synth. So also the warmness, since it also includes all modulations. Okay, so in most cases the standard mode works perfectly. It's warm, fat sounding. But when you need more brightness, you can activate this here. By the way, we have some examples here in the Modulation section. Max brightness, okay. You can see here we have the max brightness. Okay. So you can set this as you like, dependent on the sound, on the general sound you want to achieve. Let's go back to the standard mode. Okay, let's cover the other controls. Typical, since this is based on the Oberheim synth, they set they didn't have a mixer as the Moog synthesizers, for example, or I think also the Prophet synths had a mixer. In the OB synths, the levels for the oscillators, also noise, they were set in the filter section. And so this is the same here. Okay, you can typically, you had these buttons, you can activate, deactivate, oscillator 1, oscillator 2. We had a half button back in the time, but these were toggles, so when you clicked the half, the full was off. But here you can activate both. Then you have a little bit of push here in the level. Okay, but to have a little bit more flexibility than this original concept, you also can blend or can mix oscillator levels seamlessly if needed. You can see this linked, or you have noticed it already, this linked trim pot. So when I go to max, it also goes to max, but now I can blend this. You can see here is the value. It simply is displayed there. This is the value of the level, seamless level. So I also can set a seamless level here. As you can see, the knob state changes around 50% here. So the knob state itself doesn't say if it is full or not. It simply says if it's in the upper range or the lower range. The actual value is represented here, or clicking here as number. When you would click here again, it would go back and forth between these states. So you're free to adjust levels seamlessly for this one here too. If you need it, you don't have to use it. Sometimes it can be useful. Mainly important also for the noise you only had full and half. But for noise, it sometimes can be useful to add just not just like this or like this. It's the same here. They add up. It's not toggle, but sometimes you just want to add a little bit of noise, a little bit to make it a little bit unpure. Then you can add just a little bit of noise here. Okay. Like this, it sounds a little bit more analog. Since these old synths, they had a little bit of noise also. Okay. Then finally we have key tracking. You for sure know this. The special thing here is you not only can activate or deactivate it, you also can set the level. And the level, it remains. So when you activate it, it has the level set here. And to know what the level means when it's set fully clockwise, this means that the filter pitch is following exactly the keyboard, so you have the same brightness all across the board. I don't want to have any noise here. So it's the same bright as in the top range. Without, it would be let's check this with filter resonance maybe. You can hear this the best when I set a self-oscillating. So now we have self-oscillation, so maximum resonance. And now across the board, let's give a little bit of decay maybe. So without key tracking, let's set it a little bit higher. The filter opening is the same for all keys. So dependent on the range, it will have an influence on the higher range, of course, because the filter isn't following the keyboard. But when you activate this fully, it exactly follows the key range. So I have to reduce this now a bit. As said, for this we have the damp mode here. And as you can hear, you could play a melody. It's chromatically now. Just with the filter. Okay. This can be an important feature if you want to create an organ sound with an additional partial. Then you could use the filter self-resonating, self-oscillating state to add a partial. And this of course has to follow the keyboard to be useful. Okay. So this was the filter. I think we covered it mostly. Let's go back here to a normal mode here. Okay. Let's go to the Oscillators section, which is the base of everything, of course. The waves come out here. We have two oscillators, oscillator 1, oscillator 2. You could have to be careful that no, a little bit less of detuning here maybe. Okay, so we check what's available here. We have, of course, we have pitch. As you can hear, it's quantized In the old OP-X synths and also in other synths, the pitch often was quantized, especially in the ones that offered patch saving. One of the reasons often was that to save memory, so you only had to save 4 or 5 different states. But here you also, that's this control, you can see the pointed line, it leads to the pitch. In standard mode it's quantized, which is octaves for the pitch, but you also could make it linear if you need this. So it's linear. This especially can be useful when you do a frequency modulation, so FM. The same, by the way, this little trim pot here, this is, you hardly anytime will use this. This is simply still here for compatibility reasons. This one does fine tuning. It's one turn, it's just 1 octave. So sometimes this can be useful, especially when you need to adjust it very precisely, e.g. when you're doing frequency modulation. But in most cases you don't use this little knob, and by the way it only will work when it's set to linear here, since it's only, oh okay, 1 octave it can do, but use scroll is only in linear mode. Okay, then we have the same here, but the quantized state here, it doesn't result in octaves, it's semitones. It's the same as it was the case in the old OP-X synth. So you can hear it. Of course, this is useful when you want to set a specific interval here. When you had to do this freely, with free linear pitch, it would be difficult. A fifth, a fourth, okay, we had a fifth, this is a fourth. Okay, but you also can set this to linear if needed, and we have the fine tuning here too, if needed. Okay, now let's check the waveforms. We have sawtooth, that's what we're using. I'm quickly going to deactivate this one here so that we only hear oscillator 1. We have sawtooth, we have square. You can set the pulse width here. In fact, it's pulse, it's called square here, but the better word is pulse, in fact, since you can change the width. And this one is common for both oscillators. Of course, you also can modulate the width and this separately per oscillator. Okay, this is pulse. Now when you click here, we have sine wave. This is mainly useful when you do frequency modulation. When you have set both to sine wave, you can do a real Yamaha type FM, so frequency modulation. These DX synths 2 used sine waves as base and could modulate each other. But of course there were many more modulations. They were called operators. Here we have 2 operators, they had 6. Okay, and then we can activate triangle wave. One thing to note is that this only can be commonly for both. So when I click here, it switches both to triangle wave. This on one hand is caused by compatibility reasons, since it was implemented like this in OP-X PRO-2, so that patches remain compatible. But in most cases you also will need these separately, these triangles, since they would disappear anyway behind other waves. So you can do, it's a beautiful sound. It's different than sine. That's much taller. Here you have a little bit of frequencies, of high frequencies, but still it's very pulsy. Okay, there are some famous patches like Saint Geneva. This sound uses these triangles. As you may have noticed that the width, it springs to max when I activate this. This comes from a compatibility stuff from the older OP-X PRO-2. In this one you could activate triangle with a trick, namely activating sine waves and then setting this one to max. And here you can choose them directly, so no hidden features anymore. Okay, the same of course in the other oscillator 2. Sorry, I put the one. Sine wave, square. Okay, we have max of course. Sine, a sawtooth, square, sine, triangle. Okay, this are the basic waves. Let's check the other features. Of course, we have sync. Typical feature is hard sync. So when you activate this, you'll notice a typical sync. So one oscillator is synced by the other. Of course, this gets very interesting when you modulate the oscillator too, for the typical sync stuff. Then we have cross modulation. In this state, one oscillator modulates the pitch of the other. We have to activate both, or at least this one. You can hear this results in some bell-like. So as you notice, it's better when you have a linear pitch here, because it's very susceptible. You can set the amount here. You also could only leave this one here left. Because sounds also good with square. So you have this typical radio type stuff. Then we have ring modulation. It sounds somehow similar, but it's a little bit, it has a little bit more bottom bass, and this is a mode where one oscillator modulates not the pitch but the amp of the volume of the other. Okay, this is really for wild sounds. You can combine both. You only have common trim pot for the amount. As you will notice, when you activate this, it gets a little bit, it has a little bit more edge normally. Okay, this was the normal cross modulation. Now when you want to do Yamaha type FM frequency modulation, you, as said, you take the sine waves here. Yeah. Now we have ring, we take away. Let's give a little bit more depth. Okay, you can hear that bell-like stuff. You could add even ring modulation. So like this, you could do your typical bells, bell-like stuff. Also in unison. Okay. Also useful for e-pianos, for example, for crazy effect sounds. Each we have this midnight bell, we can search it. That's now, I know something midnight. So I give it in here, midnight, okay. You can hear the midnight bell. Or we could search for an e-piano. Or e-piano. Maybe. Like something like this. You can see it uses the FM. Okay, this gives a lot of possibilities to create the basic wave spectrum to go into the filter, which itself also is extremely flexible, as we saw already. Okay. So, okay, let's go on. Let's check the LFO section. Let's return to the default bank, the matrix synth maybe. Maybe we even have a better bass patch in the test patches. LFO. Okay, we take the LFO. Okay. We check the LFO. We have different waveforms you can activate here. These aren't toggle, so you can activate all. Now, dependent on what you chose, so like this you have sine, like this you have square, like this you have sample and hold. And by the way, in this state you can set the sampled source either from noise, that's a standard, so it samples noise. This repeats in a random wave, or you can sample the LFO too. Okay, you can change this here. Now we have combined states. When we activate all three, you can see here, this here means it's a triangle. And when you activate just these two, it results in a sawtooth wave, which you, by the way, you can invert it by clicking this here, dependent on what's the destination. And the other states, then it's simply a mixture. So like this, the sine and the square is added up or mixed. The same for these two. Okay. So let's try the different waves quickly. Square. It's set to the filter now. Sample and hold. You can hear this the best. We check this afterwards. We maybe have a better preset here. Sample and hold is the better preset here. Okay, you can listen here. We have a high resonance setting here, so you can hear the filter sing. This results in a typical random stepped modulation. When you take noise, since noise that's a random thing going on, but you also could take LFO2 as source. And now listen, it becomes a repeated cluster dependent on this here. And of course, dependent on the speed of sampling. It's slowly sampled, faster sampled. By the way, a really good example for a sample and hold with LFO. This, by the way, in the OP-8 from Oberheim, this was called sampled vibrato. So we have a good patch for this. I think it's in the LFO pads here. Or is it in the pads? Oh no, we have a extra sample and hold, exactly. So here I have normal sample and hold, and here we have sampled vibrato patch. Listen. These great repetitions of the clusters you can see here. Okay, that's a great function. Let's go back to the patch we used before. The model patch in the LFOs, LFO sine wave, sample and hold they had. Okay, of course you can send it to oscillator pitch here, you can set the depth, now it's filter, more, even more, okay. The same, we can send it to, maybe let's do this before, we can send it to keyboard tracking, and this especially is interesting when you have oh, not to keyboard tracking, sorry, to pulse wave. So this is the width pulse wave. This gives this typical. Let's take away this here. Maybe a little bit less here. Now we have a this special knob here. Normally, listen in the high range, it appears a lot less the modulation. you can regulate this with this keyboard tracking. So when I do this fully, the depth is the same across the whole keyboard range. It is very important to do some matrix 12 patches. This must be the same, it must have the same depth across the board, so you can do this very quickly here, very easily, without going into the matrix to do this. So we go on. These were the normal functions. We have amp, of course, amplify. These buttons still somehow are linked. You can see when I click here, it resets this one. So this is two for compatibility reasons from former versions. Okay, let's go to these two functions. We have a preset again, manual trigger. Sometimes you want normally the LFO is free running, so without this you can't be sure it really starts at the same time you hit the key. This can be difficult to build in a existing arrangement when you play live, or also in a sequencer. And for this, when you want to start the LFO wave always at the exactly same position, phase position, upon keystroke, then you can activate manual trigger. So now when I play it, it always starts at the same point. And where it starts, let's go a little bit back here, where it starts, this is not useful at the moment, where in the wave it starts you can set here. This is the phase trim pop, so it starts at the lowest point. When we go up here, it starts at the highest point. And of course, because it's sine wave, it goes back here. Okay. Now here it's the same again. Of course, this has more effect when you each take yeah, let's take square. Okay, you can hear it. Now it begins at the top. You want to begin it at the bottom. So you can set it here. You can set the exact starting point in the phase of the wave here. And it's always triggered with the key. So you have to release all keys to do this. We have a good example where this becomes important. For example, let's take the famous patch, the Queen break beats. Okay. So when you don't have the trigger, you can't be sure. Okay, sometimes it starts at the wrong phase point, so when you activate this, it's always accurate. It always starts, the LFO starts then when you hit the key. Okay. Let's go back to our test bank patches. Now we want to check the LFO. The LFO delay. We have a delay function here. So normally the LFO starts immediately when you hit the key. I want to have less. But sometimes you want to slowly fade in the LFO. So we activate this one here. Now it's these trim pots are activated now. And now you can set, you have two parameters you can set. The hold. Hold is the time it waits until it starts with the modulation, the LFO modulation. And here, this is the rise time after the wait. This is the time it raises. So the speed if you want. So if this is set, e.g. let's set here a long, it waits. And then it comes, okay, this is a little bit long. And now the speed is set here, I do this slower. Now it comes very slowly, or I want to come it directly after the keystroke, but slowly. Then I do this. Or I wait a little bit more. Okay, it's important to note this is a monophonic, so a global LFO. So to restart the delay function, you need to release all keys. Then it will start again. Okay. Maybe a good example for such a sound is here in the old library. Bit 99, we have a delayed LFO patch. Okay, you can hear this can be very lovely to have this feature. Let's go back to our test patches. Let's check the phase invert stuff. I said this is separated here in the Programmer's Edition. This, on one way, this can be important in sequencing work when you sync the LFO to the song, to the sequencer. You can invert the modulation commonly for pulse wave. So this here and filter. So this here, or you can invert the modulation to the oscillators. Okay, let's check this first for filter. And this, of course, the most noticeable it is when you use sawtooth wave, which by default is rising sawtooth. So I activate these, both of these activate the sawtooth. Now when I invert this by hitting this, it becomes a falling sawtooth. Okay. Very important, of course, it's the same for the pitch. Here. Now it goes down, okay. Can be important, especially as said for the sawtooth wave. Okay. Here you can sync the LFO to the song tempo. In this case, the rate button only will react in big steps, so it's quantized and to, of course, to the song tempo. With this button you could set it to triolic. This means it triples the speed so that it fits in triolic mode in your song. Okay, this one here in this little separated island, this is LFO2. It's a very simple LFO, it just has sine wave. You can do, it's called, it's a lever. You have lever here. By default, this LFO is mapped to the vibrato here of the modulation. Oh, let's take a normal patch again. Without any of these. Like this. Maybe a little bit less here. Okay, we have LFO modulation here. When this one here is activated, here you can see L2 means it takes LFO2. So when I increase the rate here, this also will get faster. But it's important to know that the panning modulation, as said, this also can be used in this section. Here the source can be the LFO2 dependent. When I deactivate this one here, it doesn't go anymore to the lever. The lever now, the modulation lever now takes LFO1. This is LFO1. When I set this back here, will be very slow, very fast. Okay. Again to this one here. And it changes accordingly here. So when you chose LFO2 as lever LFO, the LFO for panning modulation will become LFO1. So they can't be the same. And it switches the same here. Okay. That was LFO2. It's a simple LFO. Now let's go into the modulation matrix. So in here within the LFO section you have a modulation matrix. You have first on you have further envelopes and LFOs. In here you have a envelope 4. You have a monophonic envelope. This is just one for all voices. You have a envelope 4, monophonic envelope. Then you have LFO 3. This is a separate LFO with many features. It has key triggering too here. It has sync, the song tempo if you need. It has different waveforms. It even has delay, but it has just one parameter for the delay function. And then you also have a voice LFO. This is an LFO which sits on each voice, so it's not global. It has 2 different waveforms, and you can trigger it by key too. Okay. Here you can deactivate wheels, the modulation wheels if needed, so that they are detached from the functions mapped here, so pitch and modulation. You can switch on and off the whole matrix. It's important when you want to have the matrix an effect, you have to activate this global button. It's indicated outside if it's activated or not, and it's very useful to quickly compare before, after. Now to the main part of the matrix are these 5 slots. You have a source column here. You have a destination column. You have an amount column. Here you set the amount. Here you can divide the amount through by 10. So it's 10 times less now. Sometimes this is needed. And here you can invert it. You can set it from positive to negative. Okay. And here you can choose the source, and here you can choose the destination. The upper 2 slots, these are polyphonic sources. So this means this is for each voice. It's on each voice separately. So of course you can't do everything here. You really need voice sources that sit on the voice, like the normal envelopes, like the voice LFO, the trim pots. You also can take a fixed value. Here we have in these 3 we have the monophonic slots. So we have monophonic sources here, like the mono envelope, like the normal LFOs, which are global LFOs. Aftertouch, the pitch wheel, pitch bend up, pitch bend down, etc. So these then go to all voices at the same time. Yeah, you have, as you can see, you have various sources. Here in the polyphonic slots, you even can use the trim pots as modulation source. So the trim pots from the boards. It's yeah, that's very interesting. You can use, even here you can use envelopes we had. Here you can use the pitch wheel as whole. When you deactivate it here, you can map it freely here. You can take it as whole, so both directions, or you can only use the up direction or downwards direction. You can use the modulation wheel. You can use noise as source, mono pitch. So the pitch from the keyboard, taken from the keyboard, that's when you want to do some key tracking stuff for other parameters than filter. You have the mono envelope fixed. You also can use fixed values, e.g. you want to make a some parameter is too limited. Let's take an example. I take a unison super sync. Okay. And now let's take a unison lead, and I apply portamento. So this is the maximum time I can achieve here with this knob. But if this is not enough for you, you could take a fixed value here and send it to portamento. Okay, let's check this. It's much slower than what you could achieve by using this knob. So fixed values can be very useful. Simply to add some functionality to existing parameters. So you can do a lot here inside. Maybe let's take some examples. In the presets you have a bank called a mod matrix. Here you have a lot of examples like EG, LFO speeding up. Okay, here we have the monophonic envelope. So this one sent to the LFO rate. So the LFO1 rate, this one. So the rate normally is fixed, but now with the envelope going there, the modulation, the rate changes with time. Okay, you could change the speed it does here, you could make it slower. Okay, you have many examples here. What you can do, you could make the spread more spread in the lower key range and less in the upper. This is an example here. You see it goes to spread mono pitch, so the pitch from the keyboard goes to spread. So much spread here and not so much here. So you're really not limited. Let's have a look maybe at these release types. We have several release types here in the envelopes. Let's take an example here. Maybe this dual pitch. I'm going to deactivate this one here. So I want to apply pitch modulation. I take the envelope 4. I want to go this to oscillator 1 and 2 pitch. Okay, I have to activate it here. We set something here. I have to set a amount. Oh, I have envelope 3. Sorry, I have to take envelope 4. Okay. You can hear now we have two trim pots here. We have a raise, and DR means delay and release combined. So we have different release modes. As you can hear when I click it here, we have a attack only. I could set a release. Okay, you can see attack release here. But when I immediately release the key, it has decay but no release. Okay, it goes back without release. Now I could change the type here to this one. Now I have both. So it has release, both decay and release, but it has no sustain. So when I keep depressing the key, it goes back again. Now we have a mode that has the same, but it also has sustain, so it remains as long as I hit the key. Then goes back, and then finally we have a mode which has attack, sustain, decay but no release. Okay, but it remains. So this pick makes it easy to memorize which release mode is here. It's the same here in the mono envelope. This one simply is for all voices commonly. So this one here sits on every voice board if you want, and this is separate. Then we have a further normal LFO. Maybe let's take this one here. I have to do this in the lower slot. Let's go back here to we have a take LFO3 to bold pitch. So here we have the normal rate. As you can see, we have it's a very big range. If we want to make it smaller here, do it here. Here you can apply a delay. It only has this one parameter, so it comes in softly. It's a practical value. Then you can do it, you can trigger it by key, so that it always starts at the same. So that it isn't random. You can sync it to the song tempo if needed. Here we have the waveform. So this was sine, this is square. This is sawtooth. Again, if you want to, this is a rising sawtooth. When you want to become this falling, you simply invert it here. Now you have the falling sawtooth. And we have triangle. This is better for very slow, even modulation. Okay, then you have the voice LFO. This isn't global, so it fits on every single voice. So every single voice can have an independent LFO modulation. I think we have an example here in the Mod Matrix examples, voice LFO. Okay. Okay, listen. So now every voice has its own independent modulation. Of course, you also can do crazy things like modulate these by key pitch. Here I have key pitch. This goes to the voice LFO rate. So the speed of the voice's individual LFO depends on the pitch. So in the higher range it's faster, in the lower range it's lower. So you can do a lot of stuff like this. You have so many possibilities. Also you can trigger it by key so that it all starts at the same. You can change the waveform. So you really can do crazy, very interesting modulations in here, in the matrix, modulation matrix. Okay. By the way, as mentioned already, you also can modulate the slots themselves. So you could modulate the amount of this slot with this one here. So you have the slots here, MX1, MX2. This means a modulation matrix slot 1, matrix slot 2, 4, 5. So always the other one. So this one here, this source here could modulate the amount of this one, of this one, of this one, of this one. So you even can modulate the matrix by itself if needed. Okay. Let's go to the pitch and modulation settings here, since these somehow also are represented here. So normally here you have the pitch, so here you set what pitch wheel up and pitch wheel down does. Here we have the semitones, we have 2 up and 2 down. You, by clicking in here, you can change this. 3. So it's independent. You simply click. You can go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and now it doesn't go to 12 directly. First on we have 2 octaves. We have 36 is 3 octaves. We have even 4 octaves. Then we have one more, we have UB, this means vibrato. The V can't be displayed here, so it's like a modulation wheel here. And finally we have the octave. And the same, of course, in the lower, you can do exactly the same. You can have 12 up, 5 down. You could have something like this. You could have vibrato in the lower. Okay. You can change these separately by clicking in here, but sometimes it's useful to change them commonly. Now the 2 mostly used settings here for pitch modulation, of course, is 2 semitones up and down and 12 semitones up and down, and this you can set quickly, commonly with this. So by clicking here, I can switch between 2 and 12, so 2 semitones and 1 octave directly. This is very handy, and also you have a little trim pot here. When you grab this one, you can switch both modes commonly. So when you want to have the same interval in both, you can do it more quickly like this. You know it. Okay, let's go to the modulation wheel. You can set here above what it does. Normally, standard is vibrato, vibrato if you want. But you also can do filter. You can make it go to the cutoff. Very handy, one click. You also can make it go to pitch. So to combine it here, you could have here 12 semitones, and on the modulation wheel, just 2. So sometimes this can be useful to have another pitch range here. And finally we have a 12, but these 12 means it's only oscillator 2. So it increases the pitch of only oscillator 2 with 12 semitones. Okay, let's go back. By the way, this one here below, when I rest the mouse above it, it says vibrato source LFO 1 or 2. So L1 means that the vibrato here uses LFO 1. So this one here, the main one, as source, and when this is set to LFO2, it takes LFO2 as source. As you can see, as you just noticed, it activated this button, so these three here are linked. So which of these LFOs are used here? It's very obvious now which one is used. Okay. Finally, this one here, this button makes the pitch bend only go to oscillator 2. So when we have 12 here, it goes to both. When we activate this one, it only goes to 2. This especially can be important using sync sounds. So when the oscillator 2 controls the spectrum of the sync. Okay, now the great thing is this is the preset mappings of these two wheels, but sometimes you want to do something different with these. So in this case, and you don't want to do pitch and vibrato, etc. with these. So in this case, you can completely deactivate the mappings here. So you even can do this separately for pitch wheels up and down. So when I do this, it's still here. I could deactivate the oscillator 2 only. When I push this, now up it does nothing anymore. Still down. When I deactivate down, it does nothing anymore. The same for the modulation wheel. Deactivate. So okay, now they are totally free, and this means you could use them in the modulation matrix to do anything you like. You could say either you could take the whole pitch wheel up and down, but you also can take only pitch up, for example, and I say I want to go the pitch up to, let's say, to the filter mix, something crazy like that. So let's try this. I set this to high pass here, so okay, of course I need to increase here the amount. Okay, you can hear now it goes to the filter mix, so it does the same as if I would do this manually here. Now I can do this with the pitch wheel. And this just for up. Now I could use the downwards direction for something else. I could say, okay, pitch down. What should it do? I could say this controls the cross modulation amount. For example, yeah. For this, of course, I activate cross modulation. Okay. Something like this. Okay, now I give it a range, of course. So up is the filter mix. And now down you can hear the, let's give a little bit more of amount. It increases the cross mod. It's the same as if I would do this here. So you're totally free now. You also could now map the modulation wheel to something you like to modulate. This could be anything that is in here. You could modulate spread, e.g. when you have a unison. I need to apply the range. Okay. So you see, this is incredibly flexible. Here what you can do, you can detach these completely. Of course, if you want, you even could combine it with the pre-mapped function, so I still could do pitch at the same time. And here I could do at the same time the vibrato. Okay, so you can see this is very flexible. You can do really anything you like here. Okay. You always can check the difference, if there is a difference between each when I set this to here. I could check if there is a difference between modulated. Now you can hear there is a difference. So you always can compare to the state before, like this. And you can see it in the outside if it's activated or not. So it's very fast, it's very flexible to do this. Okay. What do we have here? Aftertouch, of course. Master tune is clear. You can go back to censure here. 440 Hertz. You can do a normal filter, a vibrato, aftertouch. Of course, it depends on which LFO is used here. You can do the same with the filter. Okay, quickly, but the same, you also can do this in here. So you could take aftertouch. Which one is it here? Aftertouch. Okay, you also could apply it here to anything you like. Yeah, let's do an example. I want to use the aftertouch to control the filter mix. It's set already. Okay, let's do this. Now I do the same with aftertouch. So also this you can set, you can map in the matrix, of course. Okay, this one we had, then we have velocity. It's the same here. We have a pre-mapped. This is the one part of the semi-modular concept. So you have the pre-mapped stuff here. You can easily apply velocity. Like this, it goes to filter envelope. And like this, and here you can set the range. You can say this is the lowest and this is the highest. I could make it go higher. Or not so low. You can adjust it here, and you also could make it go to the amp, so loudness. But these are only the pre-mapped. This is only the pre-mapped stuff. You also can do this more precisely, or even both at the same time in the matrix. You could here use velocity. I should find it here somewhere. Okay, here. Mono velocity. Ah, okay, we have a mono variant and we have a polyphonic variant. So when you want to have velocity independent for each key, you take this one and yeah, I send it to cutoff. I have to activate this. So velocity, and this for each key separately. Now it's unison, then we don't have a polyphonic setup. So separate per key, or I could have it for all keys at the same time, so you can do really everything here. Okay. Let's go to the envelopes. This is pretty much normal stuff here. Let's take again a basic, maybe let's take something here. Brass. Oh, I still have the modulation. Okay, let's reset things here. So we have a normal filter envelope, of course, which you can use. You can invert it, but it doesn't actually invert the envelope. It just inverts the modulation to filter to envelope amount going to the filter. So now I have to adjust this. So it's inverted now. Then this is the old way of modulation. You could make the filter envelope go to pitch. Is the amount. You could say only to oscillator 2. You can invert it. How it acts, okay. Here you can do the same with the pulse width. Of course, you have to activate pulse width here. Invert it only to oscillator 1. With this button, you can reset both to 0 quickly. Here we have the amplifier envelope, normal stuff. Let's deactivate this one here. Okay, there is nothing to discuss here. Maybe a quick look at these two. Lin A, this means linear attack. So this sets the attack of the amp envelope to linear. And ring, this means the input for the ring modulation here is not taken directly from the oscillator, but from the output of the amp. So the amp will have a influence on the result. So let's quickly check the two. Linear, so this is mainly useful, linear attack, when you have slow attack sounds. So I try to do an example. A bit more of cutoff. As you can hear here, we have a certain push in the standard mode. It's not extremely soft, so when I set this to linear here, listen again. So it's a soft attack. So that's better. That's better for slow attack sounds. Then ring. So modulation, that's a very special feature. So maybe we quickly do some ring modulation here. Okay, I quickly created a suitable patch. So it's very experimental, this feature. We have some ring modulation here. This is normal, and now I bring in the amp, so it takes the signal after the amp, not directly here. So that's the difference. So it's a bit experimental. You can try it out. Okay. Then we have a separate pitch envelope. So with this one you can send pitch modulation hard mapped. So of course you also could do it in the matrix, but here it's quicker. When you quickly want to, e.g. for a brass, you want to have some pitch diving at the start, you can use this one. Here is the amount. Okay, you have it already. It's so fast. Here you can set if it's positive or negative, so if it goes up or down. Here you can set if the release, if it has release or not. Now it has release, like this not. And here you can say to which oscillator it goes. Now it goes only to 2, like this it's to both. Like this it's only to oscillator 2. Like this only to oscillator 1. It's a very handy, small, specialized envelope. It only has the controls that are really used for this function, and it's quicker than doing here. Of course, you also could do this all here in the matrix with other envelopes, with any envelope, but just to quickly apply some pitch modulation, some a pitch envelope, you can do it directly here on the main interface. Okay. What we didn't cover yet are the effects and modulation, so let's go back. Okay, maybe let's take a brass. Let's take a brass here. So let's open the effects. So we have the controls here. We have a delay engine. We have a reverb engine. You can set the amounts here. Here we have a modulation engine. This is new in OP-X PRO-3. Let's first uncheck the delay and reverb. This here is the global on and off, so you can switch off and on all effects at once using this button here. This is very handy and useful to quickly compare before and after. So the good thing is you don't necessarily need to set these manually, since when you click here you have very usable presets. So I simply want to have a large reverb, then I click here on church and I have it immediately. I want a smaller room, I click here. Or a brighter reverb normally. Okay, you can see it sets the trim pot automatically by clicking these. I only delay. Then we have a mono reverb. You can see here the width is set to 0. So you can quickly try these. Then we have some presets which are suited for lead. This mostly is a delay combined with a reverb. So if we lead, so this mostly works. Solo, lead, chords. You could check these here. It's very handy. You quickly can take the sound and check these. whichever suits. And then you still could adapt it here, you could make it wider. You could add delay if needed. You could edit the delay time, can be up to 1 second or 1000 milliseconds. You can, of course, you can edit the feedback. Then you can sync the delay in various different modes. A normal sync to song tempo. It's also here in the tooltips described. Then we have this one is triolic. This one is dotted. Then we have the normal again. So, and by the way, this one here, when you activate this one here, it also, when you have activated the arpeggiator, it automatically syncs to the arpeggiator. So even when this one isn't synced to the song, it automatically syncs to the arpeggiator. Maybe we could do an example here. Okay, without sync, it would be, of course, it would be out of sync. It's like a chaos, like this. It's perfectly synced, even with feedback. Then we could do triple sync. This is mainly useful when you have a slow speed here. Okay, here you could do it dotted. So you can try this out. It's various ways of syncing, not only to the song tempo, but also to the arpeggiator. Okay, let's deactivate the arpeggio. Yeah, let's go back away to delay. Then we have the modulation effects. We have 4 little knobs here. When you hover above the knobs, you can see what they do. Toggle through the presets. This one here. Jump to ensemble 1. This one here. Jump to chorus, and this one here. Off. So here you can toggle through the available presets. So we have, this is off again. We have chorus. We have double chorus, which is derived from the Roland CE2, a very broad and rich chorus. We have ensemble, we have flanger, we have chorus flanger. This is a chorus that can do feedback, so it's like a mixture between both. We have phasing, phaser, ensemble, 4 types. Okay. You could go directly to chorus, and from then on it would go on in the loop. It's like a loop. You could go directly to ensemble 1 here. Okay, and you always can go back to off, deactivated here. So let's quickly check. Back. Chorus. It's preset, so you can't edit these, but they are perfectly set up to sound good as presets. Double chorus, ensemble. Very rich, interesting sounding. Then flanger. So it sounds good immediately. Chorus flanger. With a little bit of feedback, Then phasing. Great effect. Then we have 4 different ensemble types. These, by the way, are taken from our Stringer plugin. So these are, in fact, these are cloned from the Arp Solina string ensemble and the Omni. So these really follow the original circuits of these machines. Different types. Okay, maybe we have some examples here in the mod matrix. Here you had other example. This is chorus. As you can see here, we have chorus back. These really sound good. Combined with an arpeggiator. Some phasing. So it really, this modulation section, it really adds a lot to the already available effects like delay and reverb, and it's very easy to use. It's simply presets. You don't need to set anything. It will sound good immediately. So it's very handy, and there are plenty of new sounds using modulation. E.g., you even could try to emulate sort of a string ensemble. I think we have a preset here. Okay. So it sounds a little bit like a string ensemble. By using the ensemble effect, of course. But of course, if you want to have a real string ensemble emulation, then check our Stringer, which has the real engine, divides down emulating engine and samples, which will sound much more authentic than this synth created one. Okay. We already used the learn function with the filter. By checking the filter. So learning, as said, when you want to reset everything you've done, you simply click here. More than 4 seconds. So let's wait. Tack, now it says reset done. Now nothing anymore is mapped. So to map anything, you simply click learn. You move the knob you want to learn. Then you move the knob you want to learn it to. I take this one this time, and now it's done. It's that easy. If you want to only unmap this one, you simply again click learn. You move this one, you click on reset, and now it's not anymore mapped. Okay, so it's very easy. Now let's have a look at this related parameter or function, CC, comes from a continuous controller. This one sets how incoming CC messages are handled. In the standard setting, this one here stands for receive. Then it does nothing. It simply, let's learn again the filter. Learn, yeah, filter, okay, like this. Normal, this means when the knob here has a different position than my physical knob here, it will spring immediately to the setting here when I move it. Let's try this. Okay, and as you heard, this doesn't really sound good. It's a hard break, a step, especially for cutoff. This can be disturbing. And for this we have two further modes here, namely relative and fetched. Block means nothing anymore happens here. This is good for examining problems. But let's return to the relative mode. What's the difference? So when I have, let's say I have a lower setting here, and this knob here is in a different setting. So when relative is activated, when I turn the knob here, it only will add the value to what's here already. So it won't spring anymore. Let's check it. Okay, you don't have a jump anymore. The disadvantage is to again reach the full range, you have to go to the max and go back to the bottom. Okay, let's take the next mode. This is fetched. Let's again make these different. So this one here is low, this one here is high. Let's see what happens. I turn it, nothing happens. And now it starts to move. So you saw, as soon as I reach the same value or setting as here, it fetches the knob and then it takes it with it. So the advantage is you always have the full range here. The disadvantage is that you have to turn the knob. It only will react once you have fetched the knob, okay? So to finish this part, we need to mention that these two modes actually were used in the real since back in the day, so in the 80s, mainly when we had programmed synths which could save patches. These two had some digital elements. The interface, it wasn't directly connected to the electronics, since the patches were in between. They simply were scanned, and so a recalled patch could have different settings than the actual buttons and knobs on the interface, and so they used either the relative or the fetched mode to do this. I think I remember the OP-X, it used the relative mode, so this has the advantage that each you want to edit the cutoff, it immediately will have an effect, even when the recalled patch and the state of the knob are totally different. But again, to go fully back, I have to turn it several times. Okay, that's a disadvantage. Some machines maybe also used fetched mode, I don't know, but this in fact is a representation of what was used already back in the 80s, yeah, with the voltage controlled analog synths that had patch saving capabilities. Okay. Maybe one last thing to note here, we reset the whole thing again. You not only can map knobs and buttons, by the way, not really all can be mapped. So the most important ones, but they're not, e.g. not the ones in the matrix. But the most important, even as we tried already, even some trim pots can be mapped by CC. So one further really handy feature related to mapping to the learn function is you also can learn the patch change features to CCs. Normally I switch the patches here, or I do it here within the bank, but I also can do this remotely by learning some, I only have knobs here, also could be buttons, by learning these either to the increment, decrement buttons, or I also could learn it to the numbers. So let's try this. I want to go forward within the patches using this one, and I want to go back with this one. So I do the following. I click on learn. I move this one, and then I click on this. Okay, it disappears. Now when I do this, as you can see, it switches the patch forward. Now we do the same for backwards. I click on learn. I move this. I click on this one. Now I can go back from here. Okay, this is very handy to switch patches remotely. Now we also could, let's say I want to go directly to a patch which is not only the next or the previous one, so I could learn another control. Let's take this one here. So I click on learn. Now I move this one here, and now I click here on this number. It's the patch number. Click, it disappears. Now when I move this one and release it, you can see the number here it took. Now it went directly to the related patch. We may open this one here. I want to go to 128. I go to the max here. Okay. You always have to wait. It's some sort of a buffer built in. Or just one forward, one forward. The best, I simply do this, that we are still again at the start. Back. Back to the first. So this can be very handy if you want to, like in a real synth, you want to play, you don't want to grab the mouse at all. You can do everything here from your master keyboard or your separate controller. Okay. Okay, I think we covered everything here. So what's left here is the arpeggiator. So maybe let's take one of our test patches here to show this off. We have tuning, bending arpeggiator. Okay, we take this one here. Okay, so here, of course, we can switch it on and off here. As you notice, this button here actually has two states. This is normal activation, then it has a second state when I click again here. And this has several functions. Normally it activates hold, but it also can activate arpeggio in a mode that isn't an arpeggio mode by itself. So we will see this. Okay. So first on, let's activate this. So we have several different modes here. You can switch here. These are 32 modes. These not only include normal arpeggios. This one here is a sort of a stepping sequencer. Steps with one repeated. Then we have a random mode, then we have normal arpeggios. This prefix here, or, this means it's ordered by incoming notes. We go back, we will see this afterwards. Then here it's ordered by the pitch, so not by when the key was hit. Go down here, up, down, of course, up, down, etc. Then we go down here, we have a mode that is record. This is a small step sequencer. Then we have chord rec. Here you can record a chord. This is like the chord hold function, you know, from the OP-X. Then we have chord presets, several presets. Then we have a double mode. So let's check these. This is a stepped mode. It becomes interesting when you activate hold. In this case, you could edit the number of steps here. When I do this, it has one repeated. Okay, this is, in fact, is like a little sequencer playing by itself when you input the notes in real time. Okay, you can, here two steps are repeated. Then we have a random arpeggio. So the order is completely random. It's one octave up. We have the same random 3 octaves up and down. Okay, then we have ordered one up. That means the notes are in the same order as I gave them in. So when I do this, it does this. By the way, this was the mode or the way of ordering of notes that was used in the Jupiter 8. So it's important to have this. Then we have 2 octaves up. 4 up, down, 3 up, down, 2 down. Now we have the first pitch here. It doesn't depend when you hit the note. It's simply the notes will be ordered by the height of the pitch. So when I do this, it doesn't depend. It always goes in the pitch direction. This is more normal. Again, all different modes. Okay, so these were the normal arpeggio modes. We have to say, of course, you could activate hold either here. Oh, let's take another one. Either here, it's hold, you can see this button here switch at the same time. You also could do it here. Now it remains. But we have a very handy feature. Normally you don't have one hand free to activate hold when you're playing on the keyboard. So it's great when you can do this somehow else, and you can do this with the pedal, with the normal sustain or damper pedal you normally have anyway attached to the keyboard. So this by default is activated. So what I do, I use both hands, and to activate hold I simply quickly depress and again release the pedal, and this within less than half a second. So let's try this. I need to grab my pedal. Now I do it. Okay. Now you can see it remains, it's hold. And to release the hold again, I do the same. I quickly press and release the pedal again. Okay. That's very handy, so you really can do this hands-free. You can play, you can activate hold with the pedal and again release. That's a very handy feature. You can deactivate this function here if you don't want it to happen. This mainly can be useful in sequencing parts when you use the pedal a lot. Maybe sometimes you trigger by mistake, the hold function. Also it only reacts when you do this very quickly, so within less than half a second. But if you want to exclude this, you don't want to happen this, then you can deactivate it here, so it won't happen anymore. Okay, so let's go to the next mode. These were the normal arpeggio, so the stepping modes, the normal arpeggio modes with ordered pitch like Jupiter 8, then a pitch ordering. This is input order, pitch order. Then we go further down, record. Yeah, I take a different patch here. I go to the famous sounds. I take the on the run. Okay, this is a normal arpeggio patch. Okay, but now we go to the records mode. Now what's this? The record mode. In fact, this is a little sequencer, a step sequencer, where you play in the notes with the keyboards, and then you can start it and it will loop the sequence you gave in. And again, you could activate the running here with hold or here, but very much more comfortably is using the pedal. So we're using the pedal. So I give in the notes one after one. It's not important in which speed I do this. Okay, now I want to play back this sequence. Again, I could do it by pressing hold, by again pressing this one, but now I do it with the pedal. So I quickly depress and again release the pedal. Okay, now you have the sequence playing. Maybe you know it. No. Okay. Add reverb, of course. You could edit it here. Okay, you can stop it again by again depressing and releasing the pedal. Okay, this is a very fun feature you have here. Record, it can be up to 8 notes only. We have still something going on here. Okay, let's go to a further mode. I return here to our bank. It was the test patches, Arpeggiator. Okay. Record we had already. Okay, let's take. Okay, this was record before. Now the next mode here is chord record. So what's this? In this mode, I can play a chord on the keyboard, and then I either could click here the hold, but normally I don't have a hand free, so I can do this with the pedal again. So I do a chord here, I do the pedal, and now you have a chord saved which plays on each key then. To delete this again, I could go back here and do it again. Let's take a different chord. You have a chord. Okay, it's important to know that the reference point is here, is this note. It's the middle C, and the notes you play in will relate to this note. Now the great thing is, since as you can see here we have the mode itself is here in the arpeggio mode, but maybe you also wanted to arpeggiate this chord. You can't do this here, sorry. You only can do this in the next mode. So here this is manual chord, this is all temporary. You can't save this, but it really can be fun. This was a function that was present in the OP-X too. Now we can go one mode lower here. Here we have chord preset. So here you don't play in the chords by yourself. You have saved chords. The chords you switch here. So upon hitting one key, you have a chord. Here we have an octave. We have a double octave, we have triple octave, we have octave unison, you can see what happens here in the voice chords. Okay. Next mode is 4, means for fourth. So of course, as much notes the chord needs are used up here. So here it needs 2, it uses 2, 4. Then we have 4 double fourth. We have 4 unison. Take 6. Then we have 4th octave. Then we have 5th. We have double 5th, 5th unison, 5th octave, then we have major chord, then we have the minor, minor 7. And then we have finally the penta octave. So this is a 5 octave plus 2, and so on one key you have 5 octaves playing. Sounds massive. So now here, in comparison to the manual chord, you even can arpeggiate these. So you click another time here, it turns blue, and now you can see immediately that these two knobs become a function. So this one here is the mode of the arpeggiator, and this one here is a speed. So let's try it. Let's do it. Pitch up. Also can apply a hold with the pedal. Okay. So you can do a lot of things here. Like this, by the way, you can do. Also, we only have 2 oscillators here. You can do mini-moog patches. We have several good examples for this, like somewhere here we have the classic bass. Okay. As you know, the mini-moog used for these patches, it had 3 oscillators, not only 2, but here we only have 2. But we have a chord preset function, and this one can create 3 or emulate 3 oscillators, so playing 3 notes, 3 octaves at one time, which is the basic setup for these sounds. So you even can do such mini-moog patches here without having 3 oscillators. In fact, we have many oscillators when you count in all the boards, but here you can allocate these so that we have 3 octaves upon one keystroke. Okay, so we have the last mode. We use a different preset for this so that I don't have to manually set all the stuff. So record chord double. Okay, what's double? Let's go to the double mode. Okay, normally when you play one note, it also simply goes to one single voice board. But upon activating double here, one key goes to 2 voice boards, so to 2 voices. You can see it here, and you notice it gets a bit fatter and more interesting. Now, since this whole setup here works like a real synth, you could apply spread. And here he started detune. So you can produce a very rich sound upon one keystroke with a lot of beating going on. Of course, it will take away polyphony, so when you have 12, it will reduce it to 6, since it always uses up 2 at once. But it can be very useful to create fat sounds. Also here you can arpeggiate it by, again, clicking here. Oh, it's a little bit slower. We have set it. You can make it faster here. We have some pretty good examples using the doubling mode to fatten up. One, I believe, is in the old factory bank from Pro 2. It's one of the syntax. This one of the syntax ones here. Do I find it? Syntax. Yeah, like this one here, you can see double. It's very fat. Single notes because it's as fat. You could make it faster here. Okay, so this is the double mode. By the way, this one was inspired by the Kumar Bit 99. This one had a double function. When you have it, you use it all the time. It really makes the sound fatter. But this one, it didn't offer a spread function. Here we have this. So you can go from evenly tuned up to very fat. You can arpeggiate the whole a little bit faster. Okay, that's the Arpeggiator. As you could see, it offers a lot in a very small footprint, in a very small space here. It has 32 modes, not only arpeggios, but also a little sequencer doubling mode, chord presets, manual chords, different types of arpeggio. So pitch, sorted by pitch, sorted by input time. And so with this, you of course you can sync it to the song tempo. You can sync it to the delay. It will automatically sync to the delay, of course, when you activate sync here. Yeah, we have good examples for this. Let's take let's take virtual preset. Yeah, let's maybe this. This is a good example for a sync preset, a synced arpeggio. So we have random 3 up down. Here we have delay activated and it's synced to the arpeggio. We have no sequencer here. So these are perfectly synced. So when you would decrease the speeds here, the delay, it would automatically adapt. Oh, sorry, that's not the speed. This here. As you can hear, the delay is perfectly synced. Okay. So I think I hope that we really covered everything now regarding the synth. There are other tutorials where different sounds are demonstrated. So here it was about the features of the synth itself and the understanding of the engine. So okay, that's it. Goodbye and hopefully happy programming.